Hi guys, this is Hirosaki. This story is all about what if Naruto uncovers his true potential. One discussion in the academy introduces Naruto to his first real friends and changes his life forever. Together, they will work hard, push each other, and unlock their true potential. Before we start, kindly like and subscribe to this channel, and look over the description box for the author of this amazing storyline. Welcome aboard. Chapter 40, The Village of Kibo. That took a lot longer than I thought. Kabuto sighed. The former right hand of Orochimaru thought he had left Konoha rather stealthily. Although he managed to leave the village without detection, that didn't mean that the village wasn't made aware of his involvement sooner than he would have liked. Not long after leaving the village, he was bombarded with Konoha Umbu operatives, trying to either bring him back to the village or kill him. He managed to deal with the first attack and kill his assailants, but by the time the second set tried to attack him, he had to change his approach. He had to find alternative routes to take and be even more careful with his escape from Hai no Kuni. What should have been maybe a 4-day trip took him nearly 2 weeks. Despite his delay, however, Kabuto arrived at his destination, the former, central base of Orochimaru in Ta no Kuni, Hokage. Kabuto walked through the hallways of the base, his eyes wandering the rooms, making sure that there was no threat present in the rooms. Nobody was present, however. After news of Orochimaru's death spread, most the shinobi loyal to Orochimaru scattered. The buildings and hallways of Hokage that were once constantly filled with Orochimaru's subordinates and experimental guinea pigs were now empty. It's almost saddening. I would like some form of company. Somebody to talk to keep me from going insane. Kabuto noted in his head. A thought then entered his mind, causing him to chuckle. Hopefully nobody bothered to move Kimimaro. I'd be disappointed if he wasn't here. The two of us need to have an interesting conversation. The spy proceeded to enter one of the various rooms in the building and entered a small medical center in the building. There, to his relief, was a young man lying on a white bed. He had white, shoulder-length hair and pale skin. There were many tubes connected to the man's body, going into his mouth, his ears, and into his veins. There was also a seal placed on the man's head, keeping him unconscious. Kabuto chuckled to himself as he walked over to his bed and sat down on it. Kagaya Kimimaro, it's a joy to see you again. Kabuto commented. I was just thinking about how much of a problem it would be if somebody decided to move your body elsewhere. It's good to see that you remained right here in Hokage, waiting for Orochimaru-sama to return. You are truly loyal to him, aren't you? The man, Kimimaro, gave no reply. He remained in his comatose state on the bed. Unfortunately, I have to admit, Orochimaru-sama is dead. Kabuto informed him with a sigh. There was nothing anybody could do about it. He was killed by his former student and the Sandaime Hokage. There were too many variables we couldn't predict. The spy then gave the comatose body a sharp look. Although, I do suspect the invasion would have went a lot smoother if you were in condition to fight, Kimimaro. But unfortunately, you are ill, and there is nothing I can do about it. In your condition, you weren't able to of any use to Orochimaru-sama. Once again, Kimimaro gave no reply. Kabuto brought his hand to Kimimaro's face. Although, I must admit, Orochimaru-sama is not fully dead. His body may be gone, but his will shall last. It shall live on forever as I continue his work from where he left off. And there is still a possibility that you could be useful to me, and by proxy him. Kabuto stated with a chuckle. But then again, your illness is an issue. Your life and body is no use to Orochimaru-sama's will. With those words, Kabuto channeled chakra into his hand. His hand now resembled a scalpel. He brought his hand down to Kimimaro's throat and cut into his skin. Kimimaro's throat was slit and blood started to leak out. The young man was no longer comatose, he was dead. Despite the circumstance with your illness, your blood and your Kekei Genkai should still be useful. Kabuto told the corpse as a maniacal grin developed on his face. Don't worry, I won't damage your body too much. Everything will be done carefully to preserve you. I'm just going to partaking in a little research to see if I can make your bloodline useful to Orochimaru-sama. Time to get to work. The former right hand of Orochimaru mentally chuckled. On cue, Kabuto started to pull out various equipment and tools to cut into Kimimara's body. It was now time for his experimentation to begin. The merchant caravan, escorted by Team Anko, moved through the swampy wilderness of Mizu no Kuni as quickly as they could. They navigated the land, keeping a careful eye on their surroundings and looking out for any possible threat. Anko continued to lead the group, mentally prepared for any battle that could arise at any moment. While she walked though, she couldn't resist thinking about the events that occurred upon arrival in the country. Why were we attacked right away by the Mizukage shinobi? And why did that ice release user help us? Konoha isn't allies with the rebels. They should have just left us to fend for ourselves, and not get involved and draw attention to themselves. There must be a reason. Was the ice release user trying to keep the merchants safe? Anko wondered to herself. And speaking of that damn ice user, is it the same one that Kakashi encountered? Anko-sensei? The Jonin pulled herself from her thoughts and turned to look at Hinata. The girl had walked forward from her position, and was now walking directly behind her former sensei. Any particular reason you aren't in position? The Jonin questioned. I have my Byakugan activated. I'm prepared to jump back at any given moment. Hinata replied. You just seemed to be in thought, and I was wondering if you were all right. I'm fine. No need to worry about me. I'm just thinking about that damn fight at the port town. Anko commented with a sigh. That ice releaser somehow got past your Byakugan, you know? And he actually fought the Mizukage shinobi. It doesn't make sense why though. He'd have to be with the rebels, but we aren't allied with them? Why help us? Hinata frowned at Anko's mention of the ice release user. She wasn't fully certain how this person managed to avoid detection from her, and that was a disturbing thought to her. She wasn't certain if they could call this shinobi an ally at the moment, so it was concerning that there was at least one shinobi in the area that could potentially get past her eyesight. As the Hyuga began to think about the shinobi, she noticed something that Anko had mentioned. She then gave her former sensei a curious look. You called the shinobi a he. Did you see him? She asked. I didn't. Anko shook her head in response. She then sighed. I'm just guessing. The ice release Kekii Genkai is only found in the blood of the Yuki clan shinobi, and there are very few of them left. Most were killed in Kirigakure's bloodline hunts. The Chunin shivered in response. The idea of being hunted for having a Kekii Genkai was a scary thought to her. If the Hyuga clan were from Mizu no Kuni, then would she and her family have been victims of the bloodline hunts? It was a terrifying thought, one she didn't want to think about for too long. She proceeded to shake her head and return her thoughts to her initial question. But why would that make you think the shinobi was male? She continued to ask. Again, there are very few confirmed Yuki clan shinobi still alive. The only one that I know that is currently alive is a male. Anko mentioned. Do you know his name? Hinata's curiosity seemed to grow with each answer. No. I only heard the information from Kakashi. He actually didn't know the boy's name. Anko shrugged. I just know what he told me. He led his own team on a mission to Nami no Kuni early in their career, and the mission jumped up to an A rank due to the client lying about mission specifics. Something about being hunted by some rich, corrupt dude named Gato. Still, they continued the mission and were attacked by two shinobi, Momochi Zabuza, and this mysterious ice release user. They engaged with Zabuza twice, but only fight the ice release user once. So, these two shinobi survived fights with Kakashi-sensei? Hinata's eyes were wide in surprise. Yeah, actually. Kakashi and Zabuza engaged each other twice and brought each other to a stalemate both times. Kakashi almost landed a killing blow on Zabuza during both fights, though, but the ice release user apparently intervened twice and saved Zabuza. The ice release user apparently fought all three of Kakashi's students and knocked them unconscious. According to Kakashi, while he didn't know the boy's name, he said he seemed too gentle to kill mindlessly and purposely attacked his students in a way to merely prevent them from fighting. Thank God. Hinata sighed in relief. Even if she wasn't the closest person to Sasuke, Sakura, and Kiba, she didn't want to imagine them dying. They were her classmates and people she believed she could call friends. Anyway, Kakashi said that Gato eventually came to their battlefield and told them their contract was up and he and some goons he had employed were going to kill them, along with everyone else. Anko snorted at her own words. Fucking idiot. He assumed that because he was rich that he was untouchable. Well, that idiotic action backfired on him. Zabuza and the ice release user ended up working with Kakashi and slaughtered Gato and his soldiers. With the battle and the contract gone, Zabuza and the ice release user simply vanished. So, you think that this person is here? Hinata asked. It's just a thought. Again, he's the only Yuki clan shinobi that I know still alive. Wouldn't like it to be him though. That would mean Momochi Zabuza is probably nearby, and I wouldn't want to get involved with him. The dude's pretty fucked up. Anko commented. She then proceeded to chuckle though. A fire proceeded to burn her eyes as she clenched her fists. Though I have to admit, I wouldn't mind taking him on at some point. He and Kakashi stalemated, but I think I could take him. And if I did that, that would mean I was better than Kakashi. Hinata coughed in response. Let's just hope we don't have to fight anyone while we are here. Anko, recalling their mission and the current situation they were in, relaxed her hands and seemed to calm down. You're right. If they are here, then they are probably with the rebels. And, I'll say this again, I do not want to get Konoha involved in this damn civil war. Anko stated. Let's get this mission done with and get the hell out. Hinata merely nodded in understanding. The conversation between the two kunoichi seemed to drop and Hinata returned to her position amongst the caravan. Finally. Progress. Masakato declared triumphantly. After continuous practice, Naruto, Hyuga, and Karen were able to keep their sealing tags stuck to the walls of the temple. They were now capable of sealing their chakra within mediums. The group also improved significantly on their penmanship, both in accuracy of brushstrokes and in their general speed. The Uzumaki cousins were learning the initial stages of Fuinjutsu quickly, much to the joy of both Jiraiya and Masakato. We're getting closer. A lot closer. Hyuga commented excitedly. What's next on the training? Probably practicing with illumination seals, right? Jiraiya questioned Masakato. Naruto gave his godfather a curious look. What do you mean by that? You know those seals I have placed throughout the temple that keep the rooms illuminated, even if there is no window? Masakato questioned. Naruto and his cousins nodded. We'll be working on producing those. They're not horribly difficult seals to create, don't require much sealing, and the necessary kanji and symbols aren't too difficult to produce. But it'll combine both aspects of your training, penmanship and sealing your chakra within the seals. That makes sense. Karen stated with a smile. When can we start? You all really are anxious to learn. Masakato grinned. It really had been long since he had last instructed anybody on Fuinjutsu, but he still enjoyed the feeling of having students who wanted to learn. It was the most rewarding sensation a teacher could have. Of course, we are. We're making tons of progress too. Naruto declared with a smirk. Yeah, you guys are. Masakato admitted with a smirk. The Uzukage, however, didn't want his students to become too arrogant with their abilities. However, you are all 13 and 14 learning these lessons. Most people in Uzushiogakure, when they learned these skills, were 5 or 6. So, in that sense, you could say you are all behind. Hey! Hyuga grumbled in response, giving the man a glare. That's not a fair comparison. Karen added, a frown on her face. It is to me. My own kids weren't the most focused learners, and they managed to learn Fuinjutsu by age 8. Again, you're all behind in regards to progress. The Sandaime Uzukage replied with a snort. The man had intended for his comment to be a good-natured joke to rile up his students. However, Masakato's joke only reminded himself of his own children. His eyes turned downward and the smirk on his lips died. His face became strictly neutral. Naruto had prepared a response back to Masakato's teasing, but the words failed to leave his mouth when he saw the man's change of mood. Instead, the boy felt concern develop in his body. Masakato-sensei, are you all right? He asked. No, there's one place here that I haven't shown you all yet. One place I think you all need to go. He commented, his voice filled with sorrow. The man then turned his attention towards Jiraiya. We'll continue with the lessons in just a moment. Do you care if I take them there now? Go ahead. Take your time. Jiraiya encouraged as he made a gesture with his hands, sending the group off. Immediately, Masakato started to walk north of the Uzushiogakure temple. Naruto, Hyuga, and Karen walked behind him. The group remained in silence as the Uzumaki cousins tried to understand what had changed in Masakato's mood. They walked forward for 5 minutes before they reached their destination. They were now in a location in the ruined village that had no signs of rubble. All stones, bricks, former building pieces, and signs of road were completely removed. The area was completely covered in dirt with tombstone. Thousands of black tombstones filled the area, close together. Masakato continued to walk silently with his fellow clansmen following behind. A sense of dread filled Naruto's, Hyuga's, and Karen's bodies as they approached the tombstones. It took me a while to recover and deal with the fact that I was the only survivor of the attack. Or, at least, the only survivor still present in the village. Masakato started to talk. The sorrow that had been present in his voice seemed to have grown as his eyes began to water with tears. Once I finally accepted that fact, well, I realized that something needed to be done about all of the bodies that weren't destroyed. Because surprisingly, the attackers didn't take any bodies back to examine or anything. They were just left scattered throughout Uzushiogakure. All of the people that I knew and lived with, all the people that I swore to protect, were now nothing but corpses to me. The elder Uzumaki choked out a sob, causing Naruto and Karen to start walking closer to him to comfort him. Masakato, however, pushed them away. Instead, he walked closer to the tombstones. He placed his hands on one of them. It took me a week to bury everybody. I didn't do anything but focus on their burials. I couldn't eat or sleep. All I could do was mourn for my people one at a time and move on to the next. Masakato mumbled to himself. Although, I particularly saved 3 people for last, because I knew that I wouldn't be able to have the strength to do the job if I did them first. Immediately, the man fell to his knees directly in front of the grave that he was at. He embraced the tombstone and let his tears fall freely from his face, hitting the stone. Naruto and Karen walked forward and embraced the man. This time, however, he didn't push them away. He didn't have the strength to. I have lived 77 years. I've gone through shit in my life that I will never forget. I watched my own village fall right before my eyes. But nothing in my life can compare to the absolute torture it was to bury my own wife and my sons. The Uzukage claimed, his voice broken up by his own crying. I wouldn't wish the fate onto anybody, not even the people who destroyed my village. There is no worse pain. Masakato continued to try and talk, but his words came out as nothing but unintelligible sobbing. Naruto and Karen tightened their embrace of the man. Eventually, Masakato stopped trying to talk, and the only sound that filled the graveyard was the sound of his broken sobbing. Hyuga remained distant from the group, standing around awkwardly. After waiting a few minutes, however, she began to walk over to the ground. She then placed her hand on Masakato's shoulder. I've always told myself that my parents are waiting for me in the afterlife, and that they're going to greet me with open arms. And I've always thought that my parents are proud of me. Hyuga started to speak. Her speech was slightly slow, as she tried to think of the proper words to say. Nevertheless, she seemed to find the words and continued to speak. And I'm sure your family feels the same way. You're their family, and they don't want you feeling like this. You just need to, well, keep living and prepare for the day that you can see them again. The Sandai Mizuki's sobbing did not stop, but seemed to quiet down slightly at Hyuga's words. A few moments passed by before he finally pulled himself. Naruto's and Karen's embrace broke. The Uzukage took a deep breath and wiped at his eyelids with the sleeves of his jacket before he started to speak. This is the second time you've all seen me break down. I usually have better control of myself, I promise. Masakato mumbled, bowing his head slightly. Don't apologize. Karen shook her head in response. I don't know how anybody would be able to live if they've gone through the things you've been through. There's no need to be sorry. Naruto nodded his head in agreement with Karen. Masakato, we are all Uzumaki. That means we're family and have to look out for each other. We may not be your wife and children, but we're going to be here for you. Family doesn't turn their back on each other. Damn straight. Hyuga declared her agreement with the blonde. Heh. Masakato chuckled in response. He felt his eyes starting to water up once again, but he quickly brought his sleeves to his eyes and wiped the tears away before they developed. You brats are going to make me sentimental and shit. Stop trying to make me cry more, damn it. The man's usual witty, sarcastic tone of voice returned to him. There was, however, one more quality to it, happiness. For the first time since they had met him, Masakato finally seemed to be happy. Come on, kids. Let's get back to your lessons. We still got to keep training and get your Fuinjutsu better. He informed them. Naruto, Hyuga, and Karen all nodded in understanding. They proceeded to follow Masakato. Silence filled the air as they walked, but it was no longer tense or marred by sadness. It was a peaceful, comforting silence. As they were starting to get closer to the temple, Masakato turned his head backwards toward the graveyards for a moment before facing the temple again and continuing with his march. A smile developed on his lips. I'll meet you all soon one day. I promise that. But for now, I got one last set of duties to do. I got to make sure this new generation of Uzumaki can prosper. Masakato thought to himself, hoping his family could hear his thoughts from beyond the grave. My love, and our boys. I love you. And I can't wait to see you one day. With those thoughts, Masakato felt himself finally able to push himself away from the past and begin to focus on the present. We made it. The merchant caravan proceeded to cheer loudly amongst each other as they arrived at the gates of Kibo. The group, led by Anko, approached the gates and, after communicating with the guards, were permitted inside. I'm glad we made it here before nightfall. Hinata commented with a smile. It's a relief, yeah. We cut it pretty close though. Shikamaru noted as he looked up in the sky. The sun was beginning to set, signaling that nighttime was about to arrive. Still, as Hinata-san said, it is relief. The mission was ultimately a success. Dosu mentioned. Upon entering the village, the lead merchant of the caravan proceeded to give Anko a large bag filled with Ryo for safely escorting the party to the village. I can't thank you enough, Anko-san. It is nice to know that Konoha has dependable shinobi, that would help even us residents of Nizu no Kuni. The merchant stated with a smile. Think nothing of it. We're just glad we are able to help. It's part of our duty. Anko replied, returning his smile with one of her own. You are all so much more considerate than Kirigakure shinobi. I really hope that whenever this civil war ends, there will be new management that will care about the people of the country. The merchant frowned in response. Speaking of Kiri shinobi, though, I must inform you that it's not safe to be outside villages at nighttime in this country anymore. I would recommend staying the night here in the village, if it is possible. Don't need to suggest that to me. I was already planning on looking for an inn. Anko replied. Oh, let me cover that for you. I will find 2 rooms for you and your subordinates in the finest inn in the village. The merchant commented excitedly. Nah, don't do that. Anko shook her head quickly in response. I can find dash. Nonsense. It's the least we can do. The man encouraged. Remember the name Zydeco. That's the inn you'll be staying at. With those words, the merchant hurried off down the streets of the village. Anko remained motionless as she watched him leave towards this Zydeco inn. A moment passed before she finally shook her head in frustration and sighed. She then walked back towards her team to inform them about the plans. So yeah, if you haven't guessed, we're staying here for the night. And it seems that our rooms are already being covered by the merchants. She grumbled in response. That is considerate of them. Dosu said with a nod of approval. Considerate maybe, but I don't want them to. I hate when people do crap like this for me. Always makes me feel awkward. Anko admitted with a sigh. Well, if we are going to be here for the night, want to go look around the village? Hinata suggested. What the hell? We got to kill, so why not? Anko shrugged in response. We could always get some rest and prepare for our journey tomorrow. Shikamaru suggested. Lazy ass no. Fuck no. We're going out. And we're going to be social, party, get completely wasted, and do some fun shit. Anko informed him sharply. Wasted? Hinata's eyes widened in response. I have never had alcohol before. I don't think dash. Old enough to kill, old enough to drink. Anko interrupted the Hyuga with a smirk. Come on, we got some time before we go get something to drink. Let's all just explore the village. With those words, the Jonin proceeded to force her 3 subordinates down the streets of Kibo. The village itself looked rather quaint. It was relatively green with gardens between the buildings and on the sides of the streets of the village. People were walking down the streets and were chatting amicably with each other. It appeared to be a relaxing village. As they walked by buildings, however, Anko made note of every bar she saw. If the group was going to stay here for the night, she was definitely going to take her subordinates out drinking. Her only concern at the moment was figuring out which one to take them to. Good God, that was a pain in the ass. Naruto thought to himself. Once the group was back together at the Yuzushiogakure temple, Jiraiya and Masakato immediately forced the Uzumaki cousins to begin practice with creating illumination seals. They gave them a scroll with the seal drawn on it. It featured the kanji for the light with elaborate symbols drawn around the kanji in a circular pattern. Naruto, Hyuga, and Karen attempted to recreate the full seal on their own sealing papers. Jiraiya and Masakato, however, rejected their attempts due to their not precise penmanship and required them to start over again. It took the trio roughly an hour before they each produced a seal that both Jiraiya and Masakato approve of. That took forever. Hyuga complained as she glared at the seal that she had created. It won't take that long the next times, however. It gets faster and easier each time you practice making it. Jiraiya commented helpfully. It will also not take that much time when you don't fuck up each time you try to produce the seal. Things generally become faster when you can actually do them on the first try. Masakato stated with a grin. Naruto and Karen laughed in response at Masakato's joke. Hyuga, in contrast, crossed her arms over her chest in frustration and focused her glare at the elder Uzumaki. "Go fuck yourself," she hissed. "I'd rather not," Masakato replied with a snort. "Anyway, kids, let's get back to work. Now that you have the appropriate seal drawn, you're going to try and transfer chakra into the seal again. It'll be done in precisely the same way you were all able to stick the seals onto the walls. The only difference is that, because you are trying to do something more complex than sticking a seal on a wall, you're going to have to concentrate on sealing more chakra into the seal." The man then shrugged. "Not too much more chakra, though. This isn't much more complicated. Just a little bit more than you guys had been in the last practice. Upon completion, you'll make the ram hand sign, and that'll activate the seal. If it's done right, then the seal will emit a bright light that will only go away when you deactivate the seal with the same hand sign." Jiraiya continued to explain. He then made a gesture with his hands towards the three young Uzumaki shinobi. "Now, you all try and do that." Naruto, Hyuga, and Karen nodded in understanding. They proceeded to place their hands on the seal and attempted to channel chakra into the seal. Once they felt they had completed the task, they then proceeded to make the ram hand sign, just as instructed. The symbols on each sealing paper proceeded to light up. They then each produced a light from the kanji. The light on Hyuga's seal was slightly dim but still visible. Naruto's and Karen's seal, in contrast, was very bright and apparent. Jiraiya and Masakato looked at the trio in approval. "Very nice first attempt," Jiraiya complimented. "Especially you two dash." The words died on his tongue, however, as Naruto's seal proceeded to light itself on fire. Within seconds, the seal was disintegrated, leaving no trace that it even existed. The group looked at it for a moment in silence before Masakato sighed loudly and brought his hands to his face. "Naruto, when I said to use more chakra than the last time, I didn't mean use so much that you completely overpower goddamn seal itself." The Sandaime Uzukage groaned. "The illumination seals don't require that much chakra. Too much will destroy them." "Heh, sorry." Naruto began to sheepishly rub the back of his head. I didn't think I used that much chakra." Sorry. He didn't think so? I know he is an Uzumaki, but so am I and his cousins. How can he spam chakra like that? Oh wait, he has the Kyuubi sealed in him. No shit. Masakato shook his head, pulling himself away from his thoughts. Regardless of that mistake, you did manage to light up the seal. It seems you know exactly how to do the task. You need to be more conscious about how much chakra you put into your seals though. The seal you were using wouldn't generate any negative side effects, but some seals would. You need to make sure the amount of chakra you seal is precise for its job. I know. Naruto sighed in response. So, get back to work. Jiraiya chuckled as he pulled out another seal paper for Naruto to practice with. With another sigh, Naruto sat back down and started to draw another detailed, elaborate seal for the illumination seal. Seeing that he was back to practicing, Jiraiya turned his attention towards Hyuga. He handed her another sealing paper. You as well, Hyuga. You had Naruto's opposite problem. Your seal was relatively dim because you didn't put enough chakra into it. You should practice some more as well. He encouraged. I got to make another one of those damn seals? She questioned. Yup. Don't fuck up this time. Masakato teased her. Ugh. Hyuga grumbled profanities quietly to herself as she sat down and joined her blonde cousin in silent practice. What about me? Karen questioned in curiosity. I'd recommend practice as well and try and improve the speed of your seal production. Masakato encouraged. However, you created the best seal. It was the appropriate brightness and didn't immediately burn up like Naruto's did. It was exact. You're on the right track. We'll just get you working on improving your speed while the other two keep practicing. Smiling with pride, Karen took another sealing paper from Jiraiya and joined her cousins in seal production. Once you guys finish, we'll call it quits for tonight. Tomorrow though, I'll start showing you some offensive Fuinjutsu and show it can be used in combat. Masakato smirked. All jokes and nitpicking aside, you kids are making great progress. Just keep practicing at the level you guys are at, and we'll get you all combat trained in Fuinjutsu. Naruto, Hyuga, and Karen stopped drawing their seals for a moment to grin in response to Masakato's compliment. They then turned their attention back to their seals. Heh, just saying, you are all going to love tonight. Anko informed her subordinates with a raucous laugh. The Jonin had originally intended on taking them to a bar sometime around 8 o'clock in the town. That was not an option for them, however, because the bars in the village of Kibo only opened up no earlier than midnight. As a result, Anko decided to take her subordinates out for dinner instead at 8. However, she was still not deterred. She was still planning to take the group out to a bar at midnight. If anything, she seemed even more excited. I wasn't very fond of the plan in the first place, but now I'm completely against it. Shikamaru rolled his eyes as he voiced his disapproval of Anko's plans. I'm not going to be out at midnight to just get a couple of drinks. Who said anything about a couple? Anko scoffed in response. I mean, if you're a lightweight, then maybe. But me? I'm definitely doing more than just a couple. Besides, bars are more fun late at night. More things tend to happen. Trust me, you'll have a good time. Hinata looked down at her food, a bowl of udon noodles with chicken. I don't think it's going to be too much fun. I would agree with Hinata-san. Dosu nodded his head in agreement. He took a bite of his own food, a plate of teriyaki chicken, before speaking again. This seems more like your idea of fun, not ours. Well then, what would you rather do, Dosu? Anko questioned. I'd rather us stay the night at our inn and rest. I'd personally enjoy making some more progress in a few books that I'm reading. He answered. Blah. Boring. You guys are no fun. The Jonin whined. If you all don't want to come, then fine. But I'm just letting you know, I will not be back until late into the night, and I'll definitely not be sober. So don't be alarmed. Fine by me. Shikamaru replied as a content smile developed on his face. Looks like I'll be able to get some sleep tonight. Thank God. Would you like me make you a cup of tea when you get back, Anko Taishu? Dosu questioned. I know how to make a brew that should be able to assist with hangovers. Nah, I'll be good. I know how a jutsu that can help detox myself, but thanks. Anko replied. She then gave the boy a surprised look. Wait, you know how to make tea? I do. The former Odo shinobi nodded in response. My mother taught me. You know, forget what I said. Make the tea and leave a cup for me when I get back. I'm a tea person, so I'd like to try it. The Jonin informed him with a smirk. Fair warning though, I'm pretty critical of people's teas though, so I expect perfection. I accept your challenge. The particular brew isn't my best tasting tea though, so I'll make another cup of my best brew if I have the time. Dosu informed her. Exactly what kinds can you make? She questioned. As Dosu and Anko began to engage in a very passionate discussion about tea making, Shikamaru and Hinata exchanged looks with each other. Shikamaru seemed very amused with the conversation while Hinata was giggling, openly sharing her amusement. Who would have thought that Anko would be the one to get Dosu to open up more by talking about tea? Shikamaru whispered to his friend with a chuckle. I didn't even know Anko-sensei was such a tea aficionado. Hinata added, still giggling. Hinata and Shikamaru stopped talking and simply paid attention to the in-depth conversation about tea between Anko and Dosu. The conversation, however, came to a halt at the sound of a loud explosion. The four shinobi jumped up from their seats in surprise at the noise. Other customers at the restaurant stopped their conversations as well and looked around the room in concern. A few of them were starting to scream in fright. "What was that?" Shikamaru questioned. Anko gave no verbal reply and made a gesture, urging her team to follow her. The group, along with a few of the braver individuals from the restaurant, rushed out of the restaurant and saw that the gates to the village were completely busted open, and a group of roughly 100 masked shinobi was rushing in through the hole. Each shinobi was wearing the jackets that identified them as Kirigakure shinobi. They were all holding kunais with explosive tags and were tossing them at buildings, either setting them on fire with the resulting explosions or knocking them down. Civilians were screaming, trying to get away from the destruction. A few of the shinobi, however, eyed each and every person running away. It seemed as if they were debating on following them and killing them. It's the Mizukage shinobi. They broke into the village. And they are going to kill us all. One of the civilians screamed before he, along with the others, rushed back inside the restaurant in panic. Anko tightened her fists in anger as she saw the group of shinobi. It took her a second before she turned her attention towards her subordinates. She gave them a sharp look. "Find some way to get the civilians in the restaurant to safety. I don't know how, just keep them safe. Once you feel like they are, then use your judgment and try to fight some of these shinobi off." Anko ordered them. "I'm going to see what kinds of damage I can do to them." With those orders, Anko proceeded to rush away from the building and towards a group of the Kirigakure shinobi. She was starting to make a series of hand signs. After receiving her orders, Hinata, Shikamaru, and Dosu quickly rushed back inside the restaurant, trying to come up with some method to keep the shinobi inside safe. Fire style, flare aura. Chakra completely surrounded Anko's body as she approached the nearest Kirigakure shinobi. That chakra changed shape, resembling red flames. With her body now surrounded in fire, she clapped her hands together and created circular fireballs out of the fire concentrated in her hands. Fire style, Hellfire Rain. The Jonin unleashed a massive barrage of fireballs directly at the nearest Kirigakure shinobi. The man, upon seeing the attack, proceeded to jump and try and get away from the assault. He avoided the first fireball, but was unable to avoid the subsequent hits. Anko continued her assault until his body was completely ablaze, and he was no longer alive. "There's a hostile shinobi here from Konoha." One of the Kirigakure shinobi hissed. "The damn leaf bastards are involving themselves. Kill her." Another shinobi declared. 5 of the Kirigakure shinobi moved directly towards Anko, preparing to attack her together. The Jonin proceeded to run through hand signs, preparing to attack them. Before either side could strike, however, a man jumped in between them. The man had long brown hair that he wore into strands with beads. He also had a long beard that was also separated into 2 strands. He wore a light green, large, loose long-sleeved shirt with black pants. The man wore bandages around his neck and the top of his head. He had a black eye patch over his right eye, directly under his Kirigakure forehead protector. The man was holding a very unique-looking sword over his shoulders. One side of the sword featured a narrow cutting edge, while the other side had a large platform coated with explosive tags. This platform was connected to a large scroll. "Continue with your objectives," the man with the sword ordered. "I will personally deal with this woman." "As you command, Jinpachi-sama." The 5 Kirigakure shinobi shouted in unison. With those words, the shinobi rushed off into the village to continue their plans. Anko, seeing them escaping, held out her hands and unleashed a massive blast of fire directly towards them. The man, Jinpachi, made a singular hand sign and unleashed a burst of water from his mouth of similar size. The water made direct contact with the fire, extinguishing and allowing the shinobi to flee. "Damn it!" Anko cursed. She then turned her attention towards the man standing in front of her. She scowled, recognizing him. Munashi Jinpachi, one of the infamous 7 swordsmen of the mist and one of only 2 that are still loyal to Kiri. Known for your use of Shibuki, the blast sword, and for your general fucked up behavior, such as killing your older brother. Does your bingo book actually mention that? Jinpachi questioned the Jonin with a curious look. How interesting. My brother was nothing more than an ant. Killing him was no different than killing an animal. He was no challenge. I'm surprised people even cared. Of course, people cared. You don't kill your family for no fucking reason, you piece of shit. Anko hissed in response. Not bothering to wait for a reply, Anko proceeded to toss fireballs from her hands directly at Jinpachi. The swordsman proceeded to rush forward, dodging each attack. He continued to move until he was directly next to her. He swung the sword, attempting to cut her with the blade. The Jonin jumped, avoiding the attack. She then held out her left hand. Hidden shadow snake hands. Snakes rushed forward from Anko's coat sleeve. They opened their mouth, preparing to bite their target. Jinpachi made no effort to move away from her attack. He simply made a hand gesture, causing the scroll on his sword to unravel and reveal more explosive tags. The snakes, instead of the swordsman, made direct contact with the scroll. The explosive tags promptly blew up, completely destroying the snakes. Jinpachi proceeded go once again on the offense. He jumped quickly into the air directly above Anko's position and prepared to strike at her with the edge of his blade. As he was about to make contact with her, more explosive tags on the platform of his sword started to light up, signaling they were about to activate. Anko jumped away barely in time, causing his sword to make contact with ground. Within seconds of impact, an explosion was generated, causing rubble of both stone from the road and dirt to fly into the air. Anko was forced to move away from the resulting debris. His fighting style is as destructive as the bingo book said. When Munashi Jinpachi fights, the battleground he fights on will exist no longer. Anko recalled information she had read about her opponent. Her eyes then wandered, noticing the village of Kibo. He is the absolute worst person to fight in a village. He's going to blow up the entire village. Why the hell are you attacking the village? What the hell have the people of this village done to the Mizukage? Anko demanded to the Kirigakure shinobi. Jinpachi, in response, scoffed. You don't know anything about the way this country works or what this village has done. He pointed towards the various buildings in the village with the edge of his sword. The fucking rebels have set up refuge here in this village. The village of Kibo is their base of operations. So because of that, you're going to just up and destroy the village? And kill all of the civilians that are not involved with the damn civil war? Anko shouted at him. They live in a village that's catering to them. If they didn't want to get involved, they should have moved out when the rebels came in. Jinpachi replied with cold indifference. Besides, do you see any rebel shinobi helping you fight? No, they're all retreating like the dogs they are. They aren't going to help the people of this village. A smug grin then developed on the man's face. We'll show the rest of Mizu no Kuni that the rebels merely take advantage of the people, and will just try and run, sacrificing those that help them in order to preserve their useless lives. The whole country will unite together as a result to fight off the rebel fuckers. Once again, you're just going to sacrifice this entire village of civilians just for this aim. Anko continued to shout her questions. The swordsman snorted at her repeating her question. It's called politics. You Konoha shits should really try to understand. This isn't political. This is fucked up. The Jonin hissed. Ha, it's a good thing I'm the one who proposed this invasion to the Mizukage. It'll add to the list in your bingo book about my fucked up behavior, right? Jinpachi questioned tauntingly at Anko. Anko, calm yourself. He's trying to get you angrier. He's saying shit to get you to act irrationally. Anko repeated the mantra within her head. The woman took a deep breath to calm herself and focus her mind. Once she had finished her task, she went through a series of hand signs. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. Anko breathed out a massive fireball shaped like the head of a dragon. The dragon-like flame rushed through the air towards Jinpachi. The swordsman managed to move away and avoid the attack. Predicting his movement, however, Anko ran through the same hand signs and used the jutsu once more and released another dragon-shaped fireball. Anko then made a gesture, clapping her hands together. The two dragon-shaped flames charged rapidly towards Jinpachi from different directions. The swordsman jumped up into the air, avoiding the two jutsus. Anko then raised her upwards, causing the dragon-shaped flames to move upward. Realizing he was wide open for the technique, Jinpachi made a singular hand sign, and the scroll attached to his sword unraveled more, revealing more explosive tags. The scroll unraveled until it completely circled the man, providing a barrier between him and the flames. Explosive blade technique, explosion barrier. The explosive tags activated instantaneously. The resulting explosions occurred on the outside of the scroll, not touching Jinpachi in the slightest. In contrast, the explosions managed to hit the dragon-shaped fireballs as they approached their target. The quantity and force of the explosions overpowered the flames, causing them to dissipate. Realizing that he was fine, Jinpachi made another hand sign, causing the scroll on his sword to unravel another set of explosive tags. He then landed on the ground and proceeded to charge once again towards Anko, gripping his sword tightly. He attempted to cut at her, but she sidestepped, avoiding his cut. She was about to deliver a kick to his chest while he was still close, but right before she attacked, she noticed the newly revealed explosive tags were lit up once again. Fuck. Anko quickly jumped away, barely avoiding the explosion. She continued to move backwards, placing distance between her and the swordsman. Jinpachi scowled in response. Fucking bitch. Die already. He growled at her. The Jonin noticed the rage present in the man's eyes and tone of voice. She snorted in response. I'm not going to die. Yes, you are. Jinpachi hissed as he gripped his sword tight. Stand still so I can fucking blow your brains out. Ha, the rumors are true. You get so pissy whenever you don't immediately kill someone. You're just an idiot that's mind gets clouded by bloodlust. Anko commented as she ran through another series of hand signs. Fucking idiot. Jinpachi snarled as he charged forward towards her. Anko responded by finishing her jutsu and by breathing another conflagration towards him. Their fight continued. You're all going to be fine. We promise. Hinata spoke gently to the civilians inside the restaurant. Despite Anko's orders to move the civilians to a safe location, the three Konoha shinobi did not know exactly where to take them. They were unfamiliar with the village of Kibo and any place that would be considered hidden to invading shinobi. They were also uncertain about how to transport them there with the destruction happening outside in the village. Therefore, they remained inside the restaurant. The civilians were all huddled into a corner with Shikamaru, Hinata, and Dosu standing up front, comforting them and preparing to guard them from any invaders. Dosu, using his hearing, and Hinata, with her Byakugan eyes, were both paying attention to their environment, ready for anybody that could try and enter to attack the civilians. After a few seconds of painful waiting, however, both Dosu and Hinata seemed to catch on to something. I hear whispering from outside. Dosu informed the group. I think someone's getting ordered to come in here. He is. Hinata confirmed his suspicions. He's right by the door. Their words instigated more fright into the civilians, who were now starting to shout. Dosu turned around to face them. Hinata-san was right, we will protect you. He informed them. As he finished telling them this, he heard a noise, something that resembled a person turning a knob and opening a door. Shikamaru-san. Shikamaru didn't need to be told. He made a singular hand. Shadow Possession Jutsu. The Nara's shadow quickly rushed forward from his position towards the door to the restaurant. At that moment, the door was slammed open as a Kirigakure shinobi stepped in. Upon stepping foot into the building, however, his shadow became connected to Shikamaru's. He was unable to take another step. What the dash? Shadow Neck Binding Jutsu. The shadow rushed up the man's body and reached his neck. Before the shinobi could say anything, Shikamaru began strangling him. Within seconds, he fell over to the ground, dead. Hinata, with the Byakugan, saw that another Kirigakure shinobi noticed that the one that entered the building died upon entering. This shinobi then moved forward towards the building. Shikamaru-kun, we have another one coming. She told him. The Nara nodded and prepared to catch another shinobi with his shadow. For the second time, another Kirigakure shinobi entered the room. This one, however, was more cautious and noticed the shadow on the ground. He quickly jumped backwards, avoiding it. He then tossed a kunai with an explosive tag towards the group. Shadow Protection Jutsu. The shadows of the building quickly came together and formed a wall that blocked the kunai. The explosive tag detonated, but the shadow wall remained intact and prevented any injuries. With the attack successfully blocked, Shikamaru brought down the wall. The Kirigakure shinobi was charging directly for the group. Dosu stepped forward and slammed his arm onto the ground. Upon impact, Dosu's sound amplifier generated a blast of sound waves that moved through the ground like a sonic boom and caused it to shake. The technique forced the assailant to fall to the ground. Hinata then pulled out her bow and fired an arrow directly at him. The arrow made contact with the man's temple and killed him instantly. We're getting the jump on these guys, still. Shikamaru commented with a sigh in relief. If we keep this up dash. More are coming. Hinata shouted as her Byakugan picked up a group approaching them. Before anybody could react, for Kirigakure shinobi jumped into the building by creating a hole in the ceiling. 3 of them quickly rushed behind Shikamaru, Hinata, and Dosu and quickly grabbed them by the arms and pinned them against the grab. They held the trio in a way that they couldn't make hand signs or move their bodies. Ugh. Shikamaru groaned in pain. The man who had grabbed onto him tightened his grip, putting him in further pain. The civilians, noticing the situation the Konoha shinobi were in, started to scream immediately. A few of them were crying and some looked as if they were on the verge of passing out from fear. You 3 managed to kill those 2 shinobi? One of the shinobi, the only that wasn't holding on to the 3 Konoha shinobi, questioned. He appeared to be the leader of the group. You 3 look so young. Your rank could be no more than Chunin. Interesting that you 3 managed to kill 2 shinobi by yourselves. I'm impressed. We're just trying to protect civilians. Let us all go. Shikamaru ordered. The man holding onto him quickly tightened his grip on him, causing him even more pain. Ack. Orders are orders, kid. The Kirigakure shinobi leader replied with a shrug. You're all going to die today. The leader pulled out a sword from his side. He then walked over to one of the civilians, a young woman with blonde hair dressed like a waitress, and grabbed her. She started to scream loudly. He held her body up into the air with his right hand and gripped his sword with his left hand. Luckily for you Konoha brats that our orders were to only the residents of Kibo. They're our priority. Therefore, you 3 get to live for now, at least until I finish off all of my targets. The leader replied maliciously. Shikamaru, Dosu, and Hinata tried to struggle and pull themselves away from their captors, but they weren't able to do anything. They were caught and could do nothing but watch. Despite that though, they still tried. They had to do something. Hinata's Byakugan was still activated and, with her vision, she noticed 3 more shinobi approaching the restaurant. She continued to struggle to free from herself from her captor, but in the back of her head, she couldn't help but pray quietly, please, help us. As if on cue with her prayers, a series of Senbon flew into the room and hit the leader of the Kirigakure shinobi. The Senbon hit him at his vitals and managed to pierce them deeply. For a moment, his eyes widened and his grip on the woman ended, causing her to fall to the ground. A second later, he fell to the ground, dead. The three Kirigakure shinobi that had been holding on to Shikamaru, Hinata, and Dosu, proceeded to turn their head towards their fallen comrade. What the dash? As soon as they lost concentration, the three Konoha shinobi pulled themselves away from their captors. Shikamaru quickly brought a kunai knife to his captor's throat and slit it. Hinata delivered a palm strike to her captor's heart. Dosu slammed his sound amplifier directly against his captor's head, causing a massive burst of sound waves to enter his head. The sheer force of the impact caused the sound waves to be too powerful for the man's head, causing it to blow up. The three bodies fell to the ground, dead. With the shinobi all dead, three new shinobi entered the room. The first one was a middle-aged man with blue hair that was styled into a spike. He wore a green haori with white trimmings over a full-body gray, striped suit. He had talismans with kanji 4 to hear printed on them on each of his ears and wore an eye patch over his right eye, directly under his Kirigakure forehead protector. The second shinobi was a younger, shorter guy with short blue hair and pointed, shark-like teeth. He wore a blue striped shirt and camouflage-colored pants. He had on glasses that connected to ear protectors. The boy also had a sword covered in bandages attached to a holster that he wore on his body. The holster also featured the forehead protector for Kirigakure. None of the Konoha shinobi recognized these two shinobi. The third one, however. Haku-san? Hinata's eyes were wide in surprise. The merchant they had escorted to the village was standing directly in front of them. Instead of his pink kimono, however, he was wearing an outfit nearly identical to the middle-aged man next to him, a green haori over a striped, gray bodysuit. A black sash was wrapped around his waist. He also had his long hair put into a bun, with only 2 locks of hair falling loosely onto his body. The boy, just like the two shinobi standing next to him, also had on a Kirigakure forehead protector. He was wearing his, like the older man next to him, right around his forehead. "It's May's troops. We're saved," one of the civilians declared. The others joined him in cheers. The group was in hysterics after their near-death experience, and was simply relieved to see help. "We apologize for being late, but we are here to escort you to safety now," Haku informed the civilians. He then gestured towards the two shinobi next to him. "Please follow Ao-san and Chojuro-san here. They will take you to the shelter. We have you all covered. We'll keep you safe," the middle-aged man, Ao, declared with confidence. "Just follow us." "All right, this way," the sword wielder, Chojuro, commented. He seemed more anxious than his comrade, but still had the same determination that Ao possessed. Immediately, the two shinobi escorted the civilians outside. The three Konoha shinobi were now left alone with Haku. He turned to face them with a smile on his face. "Thank God that you are all right," Haku said with a sigh of relief. "You have my eternal gratitude for protecting those civilians until we arrived." "And no problem," Shikamaru mumbled in response. He was still stunned to see that Haku, the young merchant that had traveled with them, was actually a shinobi. "What the hell though? You're a Kirigakure shinobi? Are really?" Hinata's eyes were focused solely on the boy in front of her. He had been lying to them the entire time they worked with him. "We can discuss this later. For now, there are more pressing issues," Haku informed them. His gentle tone of voice was replaced with one that commanded respect. "The village is being invaded. All of Maesama's shinobi are in the process of evacuating the village and escorting the civilians to safety. Once we accomplish that, we will engage the enemy and rout them. I know you are Konoha shinobi and are neutral in the civil war here in Mizu no Kuni, but I ask of you to think of the civilians of this village, and please help us. Haku's words reminded the Konoha shinobi about the situation at hand and its seriousness. They nodded in understanding. Tell us where to go and where to escort the civilians, and we will do our job. Dosu stated. I will direct you three on where to go. Just follow me. Haku requested. With those words, the four shinobi left the restaurant to find and rescue more civilians in the village. Fire style, Hellfire Rain. Anko proceeded to chuck fireballs from her hands directly towards Jinpachi. The swordsman continued to approach her quickly, avoiding each of her attacks. Each fireball ignited the road, causing fires to develop. In a moment, he was once again directly in front of her. He prepared to swing his sword and cut into her. Anko, however, didn't bother trying to dodge. Instead, she made a singular hand sign. Fire style, Widespread Ruin. The flames that had collected on the road quickly combined together into one massive conflagration. This newly formed fire rushed forward towards the duo. Jinpachi was unable to react as the flame hit both of their bodies. Anko, with her body still covered in fire, didn't react at all to the fire. Jinpachi, on the other hand, immediately screamed in pain. Aya! He hissed in pain as he jumped backwards away from Anko. Despite the agonizing pain he was experiencing, he managed to overcome it and start making hand signs with one hand. Water style, Rising Water Slicer. Using water from underneath the ground, Jinpachi called forth a jet of water that rose up from the ground underneath him. The water completely hit Jinpachi's body head-on, extinguishing the flames that were burning him. A moment passed by before the water began to evaporate. With both the flames and the water gone, the swordsman remained standing in that spot, completely drenched. There were, however, burn scars on his visible skin and his clothes had holes in them as a result of the flames. For a moment, Jinpachi said nothing as he swung his sword. Despite both the flames and water that consumed it, the sword seemed undamaged. Both the scroll attached to it and the explosive tags appeared to still be functional to him. Once he clarified on that, the man focused his attention on Anko. You fucking bitch! Jinpachi snarled as he spat on the ground. You thought you could kill me with fire? I'm a fucking explosives expert. Of course, I know how to react when my body's on fire. Good to know. Anko rolled her eyes in response. I have other techniques I can use to kill you then. Would you rather be poisoned or have your throat cut open? I'd rather you fucking die already. He growled. With those words, Jinpachi charged towards Anko once again. Anko prepared for another attack and began making hand signs, ready to hit the man with another jutsu. Just as he reached her though, he made another gesture of his sword and released another large section of explosive tags that completely covered the entire sword. Explosive Blade Technique, Explosion Rain. Jinpachi slammed his sword downward directly before reaching Anko. Upon impact with the ground, the explosive tags were launched from the sword and into the air. The tags moved at a quick rate and completely covered the air around Anko. They all proceeded to light up simultaneously. Shit! Anko was unable to get away as each explosive tag blew up. The flames from her flame aura prevented her from taking fatal damage from the explosive flames, but the force of the explosions managed to knock her backwards, sending her flying to the wall of a nearby building. After impact, she fell down face first onto the ground. Immediately after hitting the building, her flare aura began to fade away. Some of the flames of the many explosions managed to pierce through her flare aura and hit her skin. Anko hissed in pain, both from the burns of the explosions and from being knocked into the wall. Jinpachi saw her struggle to get back and grinned. And there's the kill! He exclaimed as he lunged at the jonin. He gripped his sword tightly, prepared for the cutting edge of his sword to bury itself deep into her heart. Now you die dash. Before he could reach Anko's body however, he was intercepted. A man appeared and blocked Jinpachi's sword with his own sword. The two men were brought to a stalemate as their blades clashed. Anko managed to pull herself off the ground to see the two men try and overpower the other. She noticed characteristics about this second man. He was a tall, muscular man with spiky black hair wearing a sleeveless black shirt and matching pants along with striped wrist and leg warmers. He had bandages around his neck that went up to his face, completely covering his mouth. The man also wore his forehead protector to the side. The most noticeable feature about him, however, was his oversized broadsword. The Konoha Jonin knew who he was immediately: Momochi Zabuza. Zabuza did not turn to give the Konoha shinobi his attention. Instead, he remained concentrated on Jinpachi. The two men were still clashing blades against each other. Well, Zabuza, the rumors were true. You did end up joining up with the rebels. Jinpachi noted with a scowl on his face. Shame. Despite your treason, I had to respect you when you had the balls to try to pull off your coup by yourself. Looks like you realized how weak you were unless you had people to back you up. Humph. Humph. Zabuza scoffed in response. You haven't changed, Jinpachi. Still acting tough when you're nothing more than Yagura's lapdog. I'm no fucking dog. Jinpachi snarled in response. A malicious grin developed on his face as he began to push back harder on his blade, causing him to have an advantage against Zabuza as they clashed swords. I'm a loyal Kiri shinobi to the Mizukage. And, in case you haven't realized, we're the winning side. You sure about that? Zabuza taunted. Take a look around you. Jinpachi, for a moment, looked in his peripheral vision to see what Zabuza was talking about. To his surprise, he didn't see a village being burned to the ground and destroyed. He saw fires being put out. He saw civilians being escorted to safety by rebels. He saw corpses of loyal Kirigakure shinobi, the troops he led. You're losing, Jinpachi. Your vision of Kirigakure is losing. Zabuza taunted as he pushed back with his own sword. He was now getting the advantage in their clash. But most of all, Yagura is losing. Shut the fuck up, you godman traitor. Jinpachi screamed. Instantly, the scroll on the Shibuki sword released another segment of explosive tags. The tags lit up instantly. Zabuza, realizing what was going to happen, jumped backwards. Just after he jumped away, the tags activated and released a large explosion. This explosion caused dirt to rise up into the air, covering the area. Once the dust clouds dispersed, Jinpachi was no longer present in the area. He saw that he was losing, and he just up and left. Still the same fucking coward. Zabuza shook his head, both in anger and disappointment with his fellow swordsman of the mist. Quick, after him. Anko shouted as she tried to start running out of the village to capture him. The Konoha Jonin, however, failed to make it more than a few the steps. A few seconds passed by before she fell to the ground, wincing in pain. Zabuza walked over to her body and examined her briefly. You got burns on your body. And a few deep cuts. You probably also have a few broken bones, from what I can see. You're not in the best condition to keep chasing him. Zabuza informed her sharply. I was fighting him fine. Anko insisted as she pulled herself up. I can still dash. Her words died on her tongue as she fell to the ground once again, still wincing in pain. Zabuza shook his head for a moment as he picked up the Konoha Jonin and put her on his shoulders. You're obviously not fine. You were probably close to dying if I didn't intervene. So I'd suggest not arguing with me and just stay quiet. Zabuza informed her sharply. I'm taking you to medical. You Konoha shinobi aren't aligned with us in the war, but you did help try and defend this village from the invasion. For that, you have our gratitude and deserve at least to have your wounds looked at. Anko didn't say anything as Zabuza carried over to get herself looked after by the medic ninjas of the Kirigakure rebels. She didn't have anything to say. She felt utterly humiliated. She wanted to argue that she wasn't done fighting, and would have survived her fight against Jinpachi, but she didn't know what to say. Zabuza was right. The massive explosion tags that pierced through her flare aura and sent her into the wall inflicted a lot of pain on her. She knew she had a few broken bones at least and a few burns that she wasn't certain that a standard medical shinobi could heal. Perhaps she would have died. However, another thought dominated her head, one that equally disturbed her. Jinpachi managed to get away. He would alert the Mizukage about Anko's, a Konoha shinobi's, involvement in the defense of the village. Well, Konoha is going to be involved in this civil war now. She realized. All she could hope for now was that the civil war in Kirigakure would soon come to its end. Chapter 41, Rebels of Kirigakure. Within the hour, the fighting in Kibo had stopped. Most of the Kirigakure shinobi that had invaded the village were dead, only a few managed to escape. The rebel shinobi continued to roam the village streets and the outskirts, looking for any more possible Kirigakure shinobi. 4 hours had passed until they confirmed that there were no dangers in the surrounding area. They had won and the village of Kibo was safe, for now. With safety being confirmed, the rebel shinobi allowed the civilians to leave their shelters. Each one sang praises as they walked back to their homes. Praise be to the gods for Mei-sama and her troops. She is the one that will save Mizu no Kuni. All hail the future Godame Mizukage. Shikamaru, Hinata, Dosu, and Haku watched as the civilians left their shelter and listened to their words. Haku had a bright smile on his face, while the 3 Konoha shinobi appeared to be confused. You would assume that they would be much more anxious and upset considering that the village was nearly destroyed. Dosu said. Shikamaru nodded his head in agreement. They worship the ground this May woman walks, don't they? You would understand if you knew her. Mei-sama is a remarkable woman with a great heart that is fighting for the best interest of all of Mizu no Kuni, not just Kiri. Haku informed them. She has brought hope to the people of this country that something can be done about Yagura. This hope is what brings them joy despite suffering, hope that, thanks to her, we can finally bring peace to this country. You speak just as highly of her as they do. Dosu noted. Of course. She and Zabuza-sama are 2 people that I would give my life for to make their ambitions come true. Haku's voice was filled with determination. Putting aside Mei, now that the fighting has died down, I think it's about time we got some answers from you. Shikamaru spoke up, directing his attention towards Haku. Hinata and Dosu turned their heads towards the rebel shinobi. Haku noticed the sharp look from Shikamaru and Dosu, and the disappointment and sadness in Hinata's eyes. The boy sighed before nodding his head. I'll speak honestly. What do you want to ask me? He questioned. You obviously aren't a merchant, so what were you doing with the caravan in Konoha? Dosu questioned. The caravan lied to you all, they are all loyal to the rebellion. Haku explained. That particular caravan was in Hai no Kuni and other lands in the elemental nations to make a profit and acquire tools that could help with the revolution. With their return, they have substantially increased Mei-sama's budget and also brought with them more remedies and ingredients for our medics. The boy then let a sheepish look develop on his face. Mei-sama sent me on the mission to accompany them in case the Konoha team assigned wasn't capable of protecting them. So, you didn't trust us? Shikamaru questioned. The rebel frowned in response. When I got to know you all, I began to trust you. Before that though, I didn't have an option to trust you. I had to be safe in case Konoha didn't assign a capable team. So, you lied to us the entire time? Hinata frowned in response. Every time we talked, it was all just you keeping up a guise for your mission. Haku immediately shook his head. I was there due to my mission, but that didn't mean everything was a lie. Hinata-san, I was honest with you whenever we talked about our lives. I was honest with you all. The only thing I was lying about was about me being a merchant. Everything else was honest. I grew quite fond of you all, and I don't want you all thinking otherwise. please believe me when I say that. So, who are you then? You're obviously a shinobi loyal to Mei, but what else is there to tell us? Shikamaru questioned. I don't have much of an answer for this question, Shikamaru-san. Haku, once again, shook his head in response. I'm just a shinobi, a tool to be used for the rebels. I've been trained by Zabuza-sama since the day we met years ago, and we traveled the elemental nations together, trying to raise money for another coup. Eventually, though, we decided to join with Mei-sama and her rebels and work with them. Our goal was the same, so why not work together? This was the second time Haku had mentioned the name Zabuza-sama to the Konoha shinobi. Hinata finally pieced information together, and her eyes widened. Why you re the ice releaser that Anko-sensei was talking about? You were the one who fought against Kakashi-sensei's team in Nami no Kuni. And why you re the one who helped Anko-sensei when we arrived at the port town? She stated. Ah, so you are acquainted with Kakashi-san's team. How interesting. Haku chuckled in response. His face then hardened into a serious expression. But yes, that was me. I am the only known survivor of the Yuki clan. And now you may know why I would be interested in working with the rebellion, no? Because Yugura wishes to eliminate all shinobi with bloodlines, such as yourself. Dosu spoke up. While that is true, there is more to it. It's not just Yugura's actions that are problematic, it's the fear that he has created. Yugura's actions have caused certain people across the country to feel like those with a Kekei Genkai are monsters that need to be put down when they can. Haku shook his head. My father was somebody who succumbed to this thought. He hated anybody with bloodlines, even though he was unaware that my mother had the ice release bloodline. When he found out, though, he led a mob of civilians to kill her. He then tried to kill me, but I ultimately panicked and ended up killing him and the mob. Hinata, Shikamaru, and Dosu looked at the boy with surprise on their faces. They couldn't comprehend his story, how a man could allow such fear and hatred develop in his heart that he would be able to kill his wife and child. Haku didn't seem to notice their surprise, however, and continued speaking. I joined the rebellion against Yugura because Zabuza-sama was the one to find me and take care of me when my parents died. I am loyal to his wishes and he wanted to join the rebellion to kill Yugura, so I joined with him. However, I also fight to end the fear that plagued my father. By destroying Yugura's version of Kirigakure, I believe that we may become closer to achieving this goal and ending this hatred. He said. You're a really passionate guy, Haku. Shikamaru commented after a period of silence. A smirk developed on his face. You actually sounded a little like a friend of ours back in Konoha, wanting to destroy hatred and stuff. I would most likely get along quite well with him. Haku replied. He sighed once more before giving the Konoha shinobi a nervous look. But if you a friend with those beliefs, do you understand what I would be fighting for? And why I would be willing to lie to you all? We understand. And don't worry, Haku-san, we support you. Hinata smiled at the boy. You're our friend, after all. A bright smile developed on Haku's face. He felt his eyes tear up, but he quickly rubbed the tears away before they could develop. I'm glad you feel that way. He stated. The tension in the air faded and the four shinobi relaxed as they began conversation about each other. Haku was somebody who enjoyed talking, and was willing to tell the Konoha shinobi anything they wanted to hear, and let them know about what life was like as a rebel in Kirigakure. As they continued to talk, however, a thought re-entered Hinata's head. Haku-san, can I ask you a question? Not about the rebellion, but about something else? Hinata asked. The boy nodded his head, prodding her to continue with her question. When we arrived in Mizu no Kuni and those men attacked us, you helped Anko-sensei fight. But despite my Byakugan, I didn't see any trace of you until you started fighting. And then you vanished as soon as the fight was over. Hinata explained. A frown then developed on her face as she realized something. And come to think of it, I never saw much of a chakra network from you when we began our mission back in Konoha. How were you able to hide your presence and chakra network from me all this time? Haku opened his mouth to respond, but the words died on his tongue as he saw another man arrive. Zabuza-sama. The Konoha shinobi turned their heads in the direction Haku was looking at and saw Momochi Zabuza approaching him. All three of them immediately bowed their heads in respect. The seven swordsmen of Kirigakure shinobi gave them a curious look at their attitude, but shrugged. I was looking for you three for a little while now. Figures you would be with Haku. He seems to have a soft spot for Konoha shinobi. Zabuza commented. Haku looked sheepish at the remark and rubbed the back of his head. The three Konoha shinobi, however, didn't seem to notice. Their attention was focused on Zabuza. You were looking for us? Shikamaru questioned. I was doing a favor for your commander. Anko-san's finished being looked over by our medical corps, and I thought you all would want to talk to her. He explained. Was Anko-sensei hurt? Hinata asked nervously. Zabuza shook his head in response. She's fine now. Still, you guys should probably talk to her. I'll take you three to her. With those words, Zabuza started to walk off. The three Konoha shinobi stayed unmoving for a few seconds until the Kirigakure rebel turned his head and gave them a sharp look. Don't waste my time, brats. Hurry up. He ordered. Immediately, Shikamaru, Hinata, and Dosu nodded their heads quickly before they rushed over to him. Hinata-san. Haku called out to the kunoichi as she was starting to walk away. Hinata turned back to face him. Find me at Kibo Bakery when you get done with talking to Anko-san. I'll answer your question there. The Hyuga nodded her head in understanding and smiled back to the boy, happy that she would get answer to her question. She then turned her focus back to following Zabuza. Zabuza led the group to a pub within the village. When they got inside, the four walked into a back room that was filled with caskets of wine. Zabuza walked to a nearby wall, placed his right hand on a particular brick on the wall, and channeled his chakra. Within a second, the wall raised itself, revealing a large hallway with brick-covered walls. There were many doors throughout the hallway. Zabuza led the group to a particular door before starting to walk off. She's in that one. Tell her she owes me a favor for this. The man grumbled in response before leaving. Shikamaru put his hand on the knob and opened the door. The trio walked inside and were greeted with a plain-looking room with an operating table and a desk with various equipment lying on it. Sitting on the table was Anko. The jonin currently was writing in a scroll. She had a few bandages tied around her arm and under her jacket. Anko-sensei. Are you all right? Hinata questioned. I'm fine. Anko replied, not letting her eyes leave the scroll. I got into a fight with the commander of the invading forces, and I accidentally got hit by an attack of his, and it nearly killed me. But right now, I'm fine. Bitterness was evident in Anko's tone of voice. She obviously did not want to discuss her fight with this commander. Noticing that, Shikamaru decided to ask her about something else. What are you writing? He asked. I'm writing a summary of what has happened to the Hokage. Anko answered with a sigh as she finally looked away from the scroll to her subordinates. How are you going to get it to him? And what are you even saying in it? Shikamaru continued to question. Summoning jutsu. One of my snakes can deliver the message to him faster than any person could. Anko answered with a shrug. And I'm letting him know about the situation in the village and why we got involved in a fight between the rebels and Kirigakure. I'm sending it in hopes to get his opinion about what we should do. We're in a situation where our actions represent Konoha, so I want to hear what he thinks about the situation before we either flee back to the village or if we stay and help out around here. She then returned to her writing. Also, I'm writing this to him so that way he doesn't get blindsided if Kiri does declare war on Konoha. Hinata's eyes widened in response. Do you really think Konoha could go to war because of this? We could. Anko sighed. Konoha can't afford going to war at the moment. We handled the invasion from Suna and Oda well, but that still did some damage to the village. We're still recovering. Shikamaru grumbled in response. But Kiri shouldn't be able to afford going to war with Konoha either though. Dosu commented. If Konoha were to work with the rebels, then the combined strength would surely overwhelm the current Kirigakure government. Surely the Mizukage most know that it would be foolish to declare war and potentially bring Konoha together with the rebels. In theory, you'd be right. Kiri shouldn't even consider declaring war on us. The Jonin stated as she put down her scroll once again. The problem is though, that the Mizukage is batshit crazy. It's well known that Hyuga lost his sanity as a result of the Third Shinobi World War. You can't assume that he'll make a rational decision with something like this. He'd probably declare war on Konoha for less honestly. If he declares war, then he and Kiri will lose. Dosu stated. Anko shook her head in response. It's possible, but if we went to war, Konoha would lose a lot of shinobi despite the victory. There are quite a few shinobi that we'd have to fight against. In addition, Hyuga is the Sanbai Jinchuriki. Shikamaru's, Hinata's, and Dosu's eyes widened at the news. They heard horror stories about the sanity of the current Mizukage, as well as his strength, but they had never heard anything about him containing a biju. He's like Hansan and Naruto-kun? Hinata questioned nervously. A Jinchuriki? Dosu, too, seemed concerned. Correct. The four Konoha shinobi turned their heads to see another person in the room, a woman with auburn-colored hair and green eyes. She wore a dark blue dress with a shortcut that only covered the underside of her breasts. She wore mesh armor underneath the dress, and had a white belt tied around her waist. She walked forward from her position by the door and approached the Konoha shinobi. Hyuga is more than just a normal Jinchuriki though. He has mastered the Sanbai's chakra, and has complete control over the biju, becoming a perfect Jinchuriki, if you will. The woman commented. Anko snorted upon seeing the woman enter the room. Well, looky here, the self-proclaimed Godame Mizukage has entered the room. The woman rolled her eyes in response. I don't call myself that. Some of the rebels do, but I don't. She sighed before speaking again. Please, don't call me anything like that. Just call me Mei. Terumi Mei, the woman who will save Mizu no Kuni from the tyranny of Hyuga. Dosu recalled the words of a civilian. The woman laughed in response as a coy smile developed on her face. You've all heard so many things from the people here, haven't you? I hope I don't seem like a disappointment to you all. Not a disappointment, but you seem a lot calmer than I thought you'd be. Shikamaru thought to himself. I was expecting her to this self-righteous, strict woman who viewed herself as a goddess. Sorry to intrude, by the way. Mei apologized. I just wanted to properly introduce myself and thank you all. I realize Konoha does not want to get involved in our civil war, but I really appreciate that you all fought to defend the people of the village. Thanks to your efforts, we were able to get civilians escorted to safety. The number of casualties was reduced heavily thanks to your efforts. She gave a wink to the group. I guess I owe you all one. We were glad to provide some assistance. Dosu mumbled in response. Underneath his bandages, the boy was blushing bright red in response. You don't owe us anything. People were attacking the village, and we did our best to help. Anko shrugged in response. Perhaps not the brightest of decisions, but it was the moral one. What did you mean by perfect Jinchuriki? Shikamaru questioned. Mei turned her attention towards the Nara and frowned in response. Hyuga has full control of the Sanbai's chakra. She answered. The biju works with him willingly and doesn't attempt to influence his mind. This means that he has all of the strength, chakra, and techniques of the beast without losing his mind in the process. What? Hinata gasped. That's dash. Are you sure he hasn't lost his mind? I believe we all came to the conclusion that Hyuga lost his sanity. Surely the Sanbai might have had some role in that. Dosu commented. No, that's not the case. Hyuga had full control of the Biju before the end of the Third Shinobi World War. The auburn-haired woman replied. I have a theory about the origin of his insanity, but... But what? Anko prodded her to continue. Forget about it for now. Mei shook her head. Anyway, I came to inform you, Anko-san, of a meeting that will occur later tonight. Myself, along with the remaining clan heirs of Kirigakure clans that sided with us, the 7 swordsmen of the mist that sided with us, my personal advisor, Ao, and the mayor of the village will be meeting to discuss various topics related to the most recent invasion and the direction we wish to take the rebellion from here. If you would like to come, Anko-san, you may. Really? The Jonin blinked in confusion. Why? You helped us out today. I feel that means I can trust you and other Konoha shinobi. At the very least, I can trust you all not to provide information to Hyuga and his troops. Mei commented. She then started to walk over towards the door. If you wish to attend, it's at the door at the very end of the hallway outside the door, and will occur precisely 1 hour from now. Mei gave a bow before she walked out of the room. The Konoha shinobi were now left alone in the room. I presume you are going to go to this meeting, Anko Taishu? Dosu questioned. Yup. Anko nodded her head in response. Gonna finish my scroll and send it to the Hokage though. If you guys want to go out and try and get some sleep, go ahead. It was with those words that the Konoha shinobi realized that it was past midnight. The adrenaline of the invasion made them forget the time of day. Almost on cue, Shikamaru proceeded to yawn. I'll definitely take you up on that offer, he stated. Likewise. Dosu replied with a yawn of his own. I am going to do a quick errand, then head on back. Hinata stated. Errand? This late? Dosu questioned. Realization then dawned on his face. Oh. You wish to converse with Haku? Hinata nodded her head. Go for it. I will still head back to the inn though, but you should probably meet up with him. I don't think I'll be long. The Hyuga mentioned. I probably will be. I got no clue how long this meeting could be. Anko sighed. She noticed the trio starting to walk out of the room. Guys? The group stopped immediately and gave her their attention. Look, we're in a very crappy position. There's a chance we'll need to get the hell out of this country ASAP. Or there's a chance Konoha will be going to war, and we'll have to stay here and help with the effort. But regardless, we'll do our damn best. Train whenever you can. I'll definitely be pushing myself like hell during these few days, and I expect you all to do the same. I want to make sure the 4 of us return to Konoha alive. Do you all understand? Shikamaru, Hinata, and Dosu nodded their heads in understanding. With the conversation over, the 3 shinobi proceeded to leave the room. Anko was now left alone. She proceeded to return back to writing in her scroll. Get this over with as fast as possible. Then go to that meeting, learn whatever shit I can, then get sleep. Tomorrow, though, is going to focus on nothing but training. Anko told herself as her eyes narrowed. I'm not letting myself get taken down like that again. Next time I fight somebody like Jinpachi, I'm going to skin him alive myself. And I need to make sure that my team can fight like that as well. Determination moved throughout Anko's body as she began making preparations for the next day. After leaving her teammates, Hinata walked through the village streets, looking for the Kibo bakery. It only took her a few minutes to find the building. Compared to other buildings in the area, the bakery seemed to have taken little damage. The only noticeable damage was a few holes on the walls. Hinata quickly walked up to the building and opened it. Inside was a small sitting area with a couple of tables. At the end of the building was a display case that was filled with various sweets and breads. Sitting at one of the tables were two people. One was a young woman that appeared only a few years older than she was. She had straight red hair with a white band directly over her forehead, preventing the hair from going too far down into her face. She had on a purple sleeveless kimono with yellow trimmings, and seemed to have mesh armor underneath it. She also wore a short white skirt. Sitting across from her was Haku. The two were drinking from cups when they noticed Hinata's presence. Haku smiled and quickly made a gesture, ushering for her to come over. The Hyuga walked over and bowed before taking her seat. "It is nice to see you again, Haku-san. And it is nice to meet you too, ma'am. I'm sorry to interrupt." She spoke politely. "I invited you. No need to apologize." Haku chuckled in response. "And no need to call me ma'am. I'm not that old." The woman joined Haku in laughing. "It's just Anoka. Uzumaki Anoka, to be exact." Hinata's eyes widened at the name. She openly gaped at the red-haired woman in front of her. "You Uzumaki?" "Yup." Anoka nodded her head in response. A frown developed on her face. "We're still a clan, you know. Just because Yuzushi Ogakure fell doesn't mean that all Uzumaki are dead. And no, I wasn't trying to imply anything." Hinata quickly spoke up. A smile and a small blush developed on her face. "I just have somebody close to me that will be happy to hear that he has more family still alive." "You know another Uzumaki?" Anoka questioned as her eyes started to widen. She appeared to be in disbelief when Hinata nodded in affirmation. A grin then developed on her face. "That's awesome." She then jumped out of her seat and rushed over to Hinata's face, causing the Hyuga to yelp in surprise. She then clapped her hands in front of the girl and gave her a pleading look. "When the war ends, you got to introduce me to him. Please? Please? I can do that." Hinata mumbled in response, feeling uncomfortable due to the woman's closeness to her. "Anoka-san, please, let Hinata-san breathe." Haku continued to chuckle. Anoka immediately calmed down and jumped away from the girl. She returned to her seat and gave her a sheepish look, sorry about that. I just couldn't contain myself. That's fine. Hinata replied, still feeling a little shaken up. Do all Uzumaki get that excited? She really is Naruto-kun's family. Anyway, Hinata-san, I don't mean to rush this, but Anoka-san and I have a meeting we need to get to soon, so I will try and answer your concerns as quickly as possible. You wanted to know about how I was able to hide myself from your Byakugan, right? Haku questioned. Hinata immediately calmed down and turned her attention to Haku. She then nodded her head in response. I trust that you wouldn't do anything with that ability to me, Haku-san, but I need to know how you can do it. It's disturbing that you'd be able to. Hinata admitted with a frown. I understand. Haku replied. I hope my answer doesn't disappoint you though. It's not the most complicated thing. The ice release user proceeded to roll up the sleeves of his uniform until he reached his arm. On his right arm was a sealing tag with an elaborate seal designed to resemble the Byakugan eye. Hinata looked at it intently and activated her Byakugan. To her surprise, with her eyes, she could not see the sealing tag. It was only visible when she was looking at it without her dojutsu. How is that possible? She mumbled to herself. The seal was designed in a manner so that way it would be unnoticeable to everybody. The chakra that's present inside it is transferred instantly into the person's body, meaning there is no chakra signature from it. Nobody would be able to see it unless they physically saw it, not even somebody with a Sharingan or Byakugan. As far as anybody would be concerned, it's just a part of my clothing. Haku answered. Unnoticeable. Hinata continued to repeat those words. The seal can be activated with a single hand sign. When it is, the chakra that the seal transferred to the person's body is triggered and it creates a sealing agent from the inside. As long as the chakra on it is active, no chakra can be noticed by any observers. The ice release user continued to explain. However, the seal will only remain active so long as the user uses no jutsus, and therefore, does not use their chakra. That will result in the person's chakra resurfacing. Anoka spoke up, pride evident in her voice. Once the person is finished with battle though, they can reactivate the seal, and have their chakra signature vanish completely. It would appear as if they disappeared. The person would then appear to be some standard civilian. It's the perfect camouflage. That's. Hinata turned her head towards the Uzumaki. She then shook her head. This seal actually gets past my Byakugan. Also gets past chakra sensors. It's the perfect stealth tool. Anoka declared. She then tightened her left hand into a fist as a grin developed on her face. One of my proudest creations, honestly. You designed it? Hinata asked. How? General Fuinjutsu knowledge. I'm an Uzumaki. What did you expect? Anoka questioned with a shrug. Granted, it took a lot of trial and error. Thankfully though, I had Misora-san's chakra sensing abilities and Ao-san's Byakugan to practice with. They helped me test out every seal until I designed that one could get past them. And once I accomplished that, I knew I created dash. Excuse me. Hinata spoke up, interrupting the Uzumaki. Although she was still interested in hearing more about this seal, as concerning it was to her, the woman had just said something that had stolen Hinata's attention. Ao-san's Byakugan? You have a Hyuga amongst the rebels? Fuck. Anoka cursed mentally. I should not have said that. No. Haku answered after a period of silence. We do not. Another period of silence developed amongst the trio. Hinata processed what both of the Kirigakure rebel shinobi said. If this man, Ao, possessed a Byakugan, but was not a Hyuga, there was only way he could have received it, by killing a main branch Hyuga in battle and stealing it for himself. It was this practice that created paranoia amongst the Hyuga clan and resulted in the initial reasoning behind the main family and branch family split. I see. Hinata finally mumbled in a quiet, emotionless voice. Haku opened his mouth to say something, but the words died on his tongue as the door to the bakery opened up once again. Zabuza walked in and approached the table. The meeting is about to start. He told them sharply. Are you Mei's little messenger boy now, Zabuza? That's all you seem to do nowadays. Anoka informed him teasingly. Can it, Uzumaki? The swordsman replied stiffly. Anyway, you two should come with me. Both Haku and Anoka nodded in response. They proceeded to follow the swordsman out of the room. Haku looked back one time to Hinata, but she didn't bother to look back. He spoke to her, but she gave no reply. She was too focused on her own thoughts. When she was left alone, the Hyuga started to walk back towards the inn where Hirteen was supposed to stay at. Along the way, she felt her hands tighten into fists. Hearing about Anoka's seal was a disturbing thought to her. Imagining somebody able to get past her Byakugan vision damaged her pride as a shinobi. However, that was not the only thought running through her mind. For the first that Hinata could recall, she felt true anger and hatred towards a person. Ao-san, you killed family. You stole our Byakugan. And you are a part of the reason why my clan is divided. She mentally snarled. And for your sake, you better hope we don't come across each other while I am here. Upon finishing her letter to the Hokage, Anko summoned a large, brown snake and handed him the scroll with the orders to deliver the scroll as fast as possible. The snake promptly swallowed the scroll to transport it before disappearing in a poof of smoke, heading out to complete its objective. By the time Anko had finished her task, it was now time for the meeting that May had invited her to. She promptly left her room in the medical unit and walked down the hallway towards the end door, where May had told her the meeting would take place. The Konoha Jonin opened the door and walked in. The room was a large, plain room with brick walls and a wooden floor. In the center of the room was a large round table with 12 chairs all around it. Each seat, except one, was already taken. Anko's eyes wandered as she noted all the people sitting in the room. She immediately noticed Tsurumi May. Sitting next to her on her left was Momochi Zabuza. Sitting next to him, to her surprise, was one of the merchants she had escorted, Haku. Next to him was a young woman with red hair that reminded the Jonin of an Uzumaki. To the woman's left was a large, muscular man that Anko recognized as Akabino Jinin, another member of Kirigakure's infamous Seven Swordsmen of the Kirigakure. Next to him was a man with glasses and a long blonde hair tied into a ponytail wearing a black full-body suit and a matching black mask that went to his nose. Anko recognized him as Doku Sugita, the medical shinobi that had treated her after her fight with Jinpachi. After Sugita, however, Anko stopped recognizing the others in the room. Next to him on his left was a very lean boy with straight white hair and shark-like teeth. Sitting next to him was another boy with short, spiky blue hair with ear protectors, glasses, and similar shark-like teeth. Next to him was a girl their age with brown hair that went to her back that had 2 large scythes strapped to her back. The most distinguishable feature about her, however, was the pale white eyes and the vacant look that appeared on her face. Directly next to her was an empty seat. Next to that, though, was a middle-aged man with blue hair styled into a spike. Sitting by him was an elderly bald man that appeared to be the only non-shinobi in the room. 11 people were all already present in the room. Anko's presence was noted by all of them instantaneously. "Anko-san, it is nice to see you." "And just on time," May commented with a smile. "Please take a seat." The Konoha snake mistress nodded her head and quickly moved to the open seat in between the white-eyed girl and the middle-aged man. She then sat down. "Just to make this easier for you, we should introduce ourselves," May informed the rest of the people in the room. She then faced Anko. "As you know, my name is Tsurumi May." "You know who I am." Zabuza grumbled dismissively. "You also know who I am," Haku stated with a chuckle. "Pleasure to see you again, Anko-san. I'm sure you have a lot of questions for me." "I do, but I'll hold them for now," Anko informed him. "By all means. Or you can ask your team. Either way," the boy replied with a shrug. Moving along, May interrupted, gesturing towards the woman next to Haku. "I'm Uzumaki Anoka," she greeted with a bow. Knew she was an Uzumaki. Anko mentally grinned, happy that her suspicion was correct. Is this really necessary to introduce us all like this? This feels like a waste of time. The muscular man next to Anoka, Jinin, questioned. I guess it doesn't really matter. Anyway, my name is Dash. Anko, recalling information she had read from the bingo book, proceeded to interrupt him. Akabino Jinin, one of the 7 swordsmen of Kirigakure. Known for your heroics in battle, always willing to rush in against a swarm of enemies. Also known for your use of the sword, Kabuto, the helmet splitter. Jinin gave the woman a surprised look for a second before it turned into a wide grin. He then started to laugh raucously. It's been way too long since somebody actually recognized me. I like you, Jinin declared as he gave a thumbs-up gesture. First round of sake is on me. I have just found my new best friend. Anko couldn't resist the urge to grin. Again, moving along to more important matters, the blonde-haired man next to Jinin, Sugita, spoke up and drew the attention towards him. We met earlier, Anko-san, but if you do not remember my name, it is Doka Sugita. I do. You patched me up well. Anko informed him. Thank you for that, Sugita-san. Do not thank me. It is my duty as a medic. I love treating people and being of use to others. Sugita shrugged in response. I should be thanking you for your service by helping fend off Yugura's shinobi. Sugita appeared as if he was going to say more, but Mei proceeded to cough, prompting the next person to continue speaking. The white-haired boy proceeded to face Anko and gave her a smirk. Hozuki Suigetsu. He said his name. I'm CHCH Chojuro. The blue-haired boy next to him mumbled in response. A bright red blush was on his cheeks as he looked at Anko. It's nice to meet you. My name is Kawata Mizora. The brown-haired, white-eyed girl sitting next to Anko spoke with a calm, neutral tone of voice. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Ao. The middle-aged man stated curtly. And I'm Fujiwara Shicho, and I'm the mayor of the lovely village of Kibo. The bald man introduced himself cheerfully. Now that introductions are over, let's begin and not waste any more time. Mei spoke up quickly. She then turned to face Sugita. You and the rest of the medics had enough to treat everybody. What are your reports? No civilian casualties. Thanks to initial support of Anko-san and her team and the quick response of our shinobi, we managed to get all civilians to shelter. Sugita informed her. What a relief! Shicho exclaimed, feeling relief that the residents of his village all managed to survive. The shinobi casualty rate, however, was 18 shinobi. Sugita continued. We also had a fair amount of shinobi injured. Considering our size, 18 is a bad number. Anoka frowned in response. But that is also 18 good men and women who died honorably in battle, defending the people. There's no better fate for us shinobi. Jinin mentioned. Yes, there is. How about if they were still alive? Anoka questioned as she glared at the man. I didn't say I wanted them dead. Jinin replied dismissively. He crossed his arms over his chest. I just said that was an honorable death. We're all gonna die someday. It's better if it's honorable. Let's focus on the topic of this meeting. Mei interrupted. She then turned her head towards Haku. How fast do you believe information about this will spread? It's already spreading. Haku chuckled in response. I've been listening to the civilians talk. They're chatty people and are talking about how Yugura couldn't destroy them or beat the rebels. News will spread quickly all over Mizu no Kuni. This is good. Suigetsu grinned at the news. The rest of the country will realize how badass we are. We'll have more support. To play devil's advocate though, that also means Yugura will hear this information rather quickly and know he's losing his image. Mizora spoke up. That'll aggravate him and motivate him to send out more attacks against us, or maybe for him to personally lead the next attack. Suigetsu's grin died instantly. Silence filled the room for a moment as the rebels imagined a personal invasion led by Yugura. This civil war has gone on long enough. Mei sighed, breaking the silence. We need to end it as soon as possible. We could always go with my idea and just invade Kiri already. Jinin offered. Kill Yugura and slaughter all the troops that are loyal to him. The end. Jinin, you're an idiot. Ao shook his head. It's not that simple. The swordsman responded to that comment by slamming his fist onto the table. Well, why the fuck isn't it? We have to do it eventually, you know. The longer we wait, the more time we risk letting Yugura do his shit throughout Mizu no Kuni. And the longer we risk him getting the idea of just attacking us himself. We need to get in and get him killed as soon as possible already, damn it. Jinin, shut up for a moment. Zabuza spoke up, glaring at his fellow swordsman. We all want to rush in and kill Yagura, but it's not that simple and you know it. We have to be prepared for the invasion, and we have to be able to guarantee that he will die when we attack. One small mistake and the rebellion dies with us. This isn't something to blindly rush into, and you know that. Bah. Jinin scoffed, crossing his arms again. Fool. It's a wonder how you became one of the 7 swordsmen of Kirigakure. Ao continued to shake his head. Anybody else want to let the man know why it's a foolish idea? I actually agree with him. Mizora spoke up. Attention turned to the brown-haired, white-eyed girl in the room. Most of the rebels looked at her in surprise. Why? Ao questioned. Mizora, you pride yourself on your rational mind. Why would you ever condone such an idea? As I said, news will spread to Yagura. He'll have to begin thinking of invading soon. Probably no later than 2 months, he will do it. And that'll be the end if we let him attack us and unleash the Sanbai on us. Mizora replied. Therefore, we must act during that time frame and attack first. Heh. My kind of attitude. Jinin grinned in response. And how would you propose we unleash a strong enough attack against Kirigakure? Ao continued to question. Mizora turned to face Anko. When Konoha reinforcements join up with us, we should have enough numbers to succeed in the invasion. Excuse me? Anko, who had been silent since her introduction, spoke up. She gave the girl an angry look. I didn't say anything about Konoha sending reinforcements. But they will. Surely you are going to request for backup. Mizora mentioned. She seemed to have no reaction to Anko's anger. It appeared as if she didn't even notice the anger on her face. Why else would Maesama invite you here? Surely you are planning on sending help. I never dash. We probably don't need any help, but it couldn't hurt. Suigetsu spoke up, interrupting Anko. If Konoha sent even just 100 shinobi, we would probably be able to succeed. Sugita offered his opinion. I would think so. Anoka nodded in agreement. Konoha may not send any shinobi. Anko shouted, raising her voice over everybody else's. Attention focused now on her. I sent a message to Hokage-sama about the situation, but there is no guarantee we will be doing anything. We just fended off an attack from Oto and Suna. We're focusing on rebuilding what has been destroyed. We may not be able to send people. Your presence has already been noted in Mizu no Kuni though. Mizora spoke up immediately. It's not a matter of if Konoha should send shinobi. It's a matter of when to send them over. After all, Yagura will declare war on Konoha for interference in the civil war. She then closed her eyes in thought. It would be foolish to simply wait for him to rout us and be able to focus his attention solely on Konoha when you can send shinobi to assist us and take him out before such events could occur. Listen, brat. It is the Hokage that makes the call. And if he doesn't send any shinobi to help, then that'll be it. Anko replied dismissively. That'd be an illogical decision dash. But it's not your decision to make. Anko hissed, interrupting her. Or mine for that matter. I unfortunately got Konoha involved in this mess. I don't regret fighting to keep civilians involved, but I caused an issue for Konoha. So, I'm not going to do anything or represent Konoha in any way, until I figure out what Hokage-sama feels should be done. Mizora opened her eyes once again and focused intently on Anko. A few seconds passed before she shook her head before mumbling out a response, understood. Your point is noted, Anko-san. Mei stated, entering the conversation. I appreciate your honesty, and we will respect that. We will not expect Konoha's assistance and plan in case your Hokage sends no aid. The woman then turned her attention to the rest of the rebels. However, I still agree with Jinin and Mizora. We should invade immediately. And if we don't get Konoha's aid, how do you propose we do that? Ao continued to question. May turned her attention towards the middle-aged man. I have a mission for you, Ao. You and whatever shinobi you take with you will be assigned to track down Utakata and bring him back. Utakata? Anko's eyes widened in recognition. Where have I heard that name before? What? Ao spoke up, interrupting her thoughts. May-sama, you know Utakata hates us. He hates everybody and won't join us willingly. I never anything about getting him to come willingly. I said get him to come. May clarified. Whether or not Konoha sends shinobi or not, we need him with us to be able to match Yugura. But ESH should come willingly. If Utakata gets angry, he could try to kill Ao-san and any other SH shinobi with him. Chojuro mentioned, looking down. I realize that. However, we have to do something, anything, to get Utakata's help. May declared. She remained quiet for a moment before speaking up again towards Ao. Wait a few days until I tell you to go on the mission. I'm going to personally hand-pick this team for you. I want to guarantee a group that would be able to non-violently bring him back. As you will. Ao declared. Not to rush this meeting, but is there anything else we need to discuss in particular that needs me? Sugita questioned, speaking up again. There are still patients that require my assistance. No. I just want to clarify things with you all. May replied. She turned her attention towards the bald civilian in the room. Shicho, I will order Shinobi to begin working on repairs dipping into funds. After that, I would like to discuss a new budget for how we are spending them. I'd like to see if we can hire a few missing ninja to work for us. Any extra help to bolster our strength for now. I understand. We can work out agreements whenever. Shicho nodded his head in understanding. As for the rest of you, our invasion will happen shortly after we eventually bring back Utakata and, if we are fortunate enough, when Konoha shinobi join us. May informed the rest of the shinobi. For now, I want you all to keep training. Get stronger to prepare for the invasion. It must occur without a single problem. Am I understood? Understood. The Kirigakure rebels all declared in unison. Good. May nodded her head in understanding. Then you are all dismissed. With those words, the rebels proceeded to get out of their chairs and walk out of the room. In a few moments, Anko and May were left alone in the room. The auburn-haired woman proceeded to sigh. You seem tired. Anko commented. I'm normally not this serious. I hate politics. May replied with a frown. But this is serious business. Every action I make has the weight of all the lives in the rebellion and everybody in Mizu no Kuni. I understand that. And I respect that. I really respect you as a woman who is putting her all in to save her country. To be honest, I think you'd make a good role model for young Kunoichi. Anko stated. Her eyes then narrowed into a glare. I don't, however, respect that you tried to sucker me into getting Konoha involved in your war. Is that why I was invited to this damn thing? No, although I was planning on asking you about Konoha. May admitted. It seemed as if Mizora seemed to come to the same idea as well though. I hope you can forgive her for being so blunt about the issue. She's an annoying brat. Anko concluded. Honestly, she's a good kid. She's extremely intelligent and is somebody who can discuss anything with anybody. I'm sure you'd like her if you gave her the chance. The rebel stated. But that doesn't matter. I wasn't trying to force you or Konoha into something. I'll respect the Hokage's orders if he requires you all to leave. I did, however, want to see if you could even make the request. I already sent my letter, explaining the situation and listing what I thought were options that he could take. He'll make up his mind and go with something. The Konoha Jonin said with a sigh. Look, I'm not trying to be a bitch or something. I sympathize with the situation, and that's why I had my team try and help defend the village from that attack. But I really don't know if Konoha is even in a position to help fight a war, even if it's just a battle. All I can say is that I'll follow the Hokage's orders, and if he wants us to stay and fight, I'll do it. I appreciate that, at least. Mei said. If you may, I'd like to hear back as soon as you get a response. I want to make necessary preparations for this invasion as soon as possible. Sure thing. Anko replied. The Konoha Jonin proceeded to start walking towards the door. If that's all though, I'm going to go back to my inn. It's been a long day. Before you leave Anko-san, Mei called out to the woman. Anko stopped walking and turned to face her. I would like to extend an offer. The rebels need training for the invasion. If you or any of your subordinates would like a chance to spar, I know anybody would accept. A grin then developed on Mei's face. Myself included. Word spread about your involvement with Orochimaru's death. I'd love a chance to fight you. A similar grin developed on Anko's face as she continued to walk towards the door. Give me a time. I'll be up for any sparring. With those words, Anko proceeded to leave, and went on her way towards the inn. The morning came quickly for everyone in the village of Kibo. Sounds of reconstruction disturbed sleep as people, both shinobi and civilians, began working on repairing buildings that were damaged in the attack. By the time the sun had officially rose into the sky, everyone was awake and beginning their necessary work. The Konoha shinobi were no exception to this rule. After a brief breakfast in the inn, Anko rushed over her team to a clearing in the forest that surrounded the village. Along the way to the clearing, Anko began to tell the team about the meeting she had observed. By the time they arrived, she had finished explaining everything. So, if this invasion is happening, then the Kirigakure civil war should be ending soon. Shikamaru noted. Either the shinobi loyal to the Mizukage or the rebels will win in the invasion. And that victory will determine who wins the war. Yup. Anko sighed in response. What is your opinion about this? Do you believe that Hokage-sama will wish to get involved in the conflict? Dosu questioned. Honestly, it's a matter of if he can afford it. I know the type of person he is and he would support the rebels over Yagura's troops. He'll want to help take him down. However, keep in mind the Suna/Oto invasion. I don't know if he can afford to send any more people down. And I'm pretty sure that the damn advisors he has will tell him not to send anybody. Anko grumbled in response. So, I don't know, but I'm expecting that we will be ordered to not help and return back home. A frown developed on Hinata's face. Hopefully we'll work out fine here then. Mei's resourceful and she's got some damn fine shinobi under her. I trust that they'd be fine. Anko informed her. However, even though I believe we won't be fighting, I want us to consider the possibility of receiving orders to help. The three Konoha shinobi each gave her a curious look. If we did get orders to fight, we'd be helping out with this invasion. We'd all be fighting Kirigakure shinobi that, to be honest, will be a lot stronger than the ones who tried to invade Kibo. And we'd be fighting a much larger amount. And I have to admit, I'd be concerned about our survival in such a situation. Anko admitted with a sigh. Surviving an oncoming invasion is one thing, surviving an invasion that you are part of is another. And it's a task that has a lot more inherent risk of death. There's a lot more variables that need to be taken into consideration. Even if our side won, there's a chance we could be on the casualty list. So, if we end up being ordered to help with the invasion, I want to make sure that we all are able to survive it. We're going to all be going through an extreme training regime. The Jonin declared intensely. Hinata, Shikamaru, and Dosu immediately gave looks of determination at the Jonin. They remained quiet, waiting to hear her next works. I know I'm higher ranked than you three and I am the leader of this team, but I won't be training you three. No, you will train at my level. I will push you three to keep up. And if you want any chance to survive an invasion like the one that's being planned, then you all better damn well keep up with me. When do we start? Shikamaru questioned, speaking up for the group. A grin developed on Anko's face. Right now. 4 hours had passed since the Konoha shinobi began their training. Hinata, Shikamaru, and Dosu were currently breathing heavily as they struggled to remain standing. Each of them were bleeding heavily on various parts of their arms and legs. Anko stood directly in front of them, staring at them intently. Although she was still much more composed than them, she did show signs of fatigue. She also had a few cuts on her arms that were still bleeding. When Anko took training seriously at her level, her regime rivaled Matogai's personal training. It was intense for anybody that hadn't reached a Jonin's chakra levels, chakra control, strength, stamina, and reflexes, but it was necessary in her mind. This wasn't simply pushing her and her team to getting stronger, this was shoving them off a cliff. Do you do this to yourself, all the time? Dosu questioned. Yup. Usually a little tougher though. Konoha has Training Ground 44, which is an ideal environment for this type of training. Anko replied with a shrug. Isn't that the forest of death from the Chunin exams? Hinata asked. Her question suggested surprise, but her tone did not convey the emotion. She was too tired to feel anything other than exhaustion. Yes, it is. I forgot that you all have been in there for a moment. The Jonin chuckled in response. When we are back in Konoha, I'll encourage group training sessions there. That'll really toughen you brats up. Great. Great. Shikamaru sighed. Anyway, we'll take a break for a little bit. Anko replied. After that, I'd suggest you all do some independent training. Maybe find some rebel shinobi and ask to spar them. May extended the offer, and it'd be a good opportunity. We all need to get tougher, after all. I know I got a few people on my personal list I'd like to test myself against. Sparring is fine, but probably not right now. Dosu replied. The boy appeared to be breathing the heaviest amongst the team. I can't speak for Hinata-san and Shikamaru-san, but I'm exhausted, and would make a horrible sparring partner. Oh. I suppose. Anko shrugged in response. I'll take you guys to medical and get you all treated. Medical? But we aren't part of the rebels. Hinata, despite her own exhaustion, found the ability to frown. They probably have their own priorities. I wouldn't want to bother them. They should be able to look at you guys at least. I met the director of the medical corps here, a guy named Doku Sugita. And he's a cool guy who's overly passionate about treating wounds and stuff. He'll definitely make the time to look at you guys. Anko told them with a chuckle. What did you do to them? Sugita questioned Anko excitedly. Anko was right. Doku Sugita was a man who would take the time to treat their wounds without a second thought. Anko, however, underplayed how passionate he was about treating the wounds. His eyes were currently rushing from wound to wound on each of 3 Konoha shinobi as he began to come up with his own scenarios about how each wound occurred. Training. The Konoha Jonin replied with a shrug. Just training? Sugita commented as he began taking blood samples of the 3 Konoha shinobi. What type of training? Well, the first thing we did was dash. Oh look, your blood type is AB. Sugita interrupted the woman after examining the blood sample he took from Shikamaru. Would you consider yourself somebody who is cool, rational, and adaptable? I suppose. Shikamaru blinked in confusion. Just curious. You're also probably irresponsible. The medic replied with a chuckle. A skull developed on Shikamaru's face, but he ignored it. Sugita then looked at the blood sample he took from Hinata. And you're a type A, very reserved, but you're also patient and very responsible, although you have a tendency to be too stubborn at moments. Hinata mumbled in response. And you're an O? He then turned his attention to Dosu. Confident and intuitive, I bet. But you definitely have a cold side to you and can come across self-centered. Dosu immediately realized what Sugita was rambling about. This caused the boy to sigh in response. You're one of those people who believe in Ketsueki Gata, he stated. You think a person's blood type reflects their personality and compatibility with others. I don't think. I know. Sugita replied with a grin. I believe there's more to it than what's known though, and I wish more research was done on the topic. I think there's definitely a lot more dash. Can you please get back to treating their wounds? Anko questioned with an irritated look on her face. Oh. Right. Sugita mumbled in response. You are right, Dosu-san, it's a passion of mine, and I get a little carried away at times. My apologies if I unnerved any of you. Don't be. Hinata replied, still appearing confused. To be honest, she had never heard anything about this Ketsueki Gata and didn't understand what it was about. How could a blood type say so much about a person? She didn't understand and, therefore, wasn't really certain what she was supposed to think about Sugita. Anyway, as Anko-san has said, let's get to the actual treatment. Sugita declared. Despite his eccentricities, Sugita proved to be an exceptional medic and healed the wounds of Hinata, Shikamaru, and Dosu. After leaving the medical unit of Kibo, Anko ordered her students to take a break until sunset, asking them to train independently or seek out somebody in the village to spar. With those words, the Konoha shinobi split apart and went their separate ways for the day. Hinata, in particular, had a specific person she wanted to seek out. She quickly asked around and was directed towards the same bakery that she had visited the previous night. The Hyuga walked inside and saw Uzumaki Anoka sitting in the same spot, eating a strawberry-filled pastry while drawing a seal on a sealing paper. She didn't appear to notice the Hyuga's presence, she was too invested in her own activities. Anoka-san? Hinata spoke up. The Uzumaki turned her attention to the Uzumaki instantly, mid-bite of her snack. Excuse my interruption. Can I talk to you for a moment? Anoka nodded her head immediately and swallowed the bite in her mouth before speaking. What's up? I just wanted to clarify on what you said last night. Hinata mumbled. You can make a seal that can cause a person to avoid detection from my Byakugan? Yup. One of my most amazing accomplishments. The magnificence of Fuinjutsu. The Uzumaki grinned in response. What about it though? Would you say there are ways to get past it? Hinata asked. Why do you want to know? Anoka questioned, giving the girl a curious look. I know you guys may not be fighting with us, but we aren't your enemies. I guarantee you that nobody you would ever fight would have any of my seals. I realize that. But just because you managed to find a way to beat the Byakugan's all-seeing vision doesn't mean you are the only one who managed that. There may be others who can do that. And that would make my eyes worthless, and make me worthless. The Hyuga admitted, her eyes looking downward. It doesn't mean you're worthless. I'm sure you could probably still take somebody in a fight. Anoka reassured the girl. I know, but I'm a Hyuga. The Byakugan is important to my fighting style, and to me in general. I'm not very prideful in many things about my clan, but I always took pride in my eyes and how good my vision was. And the fact that there are people that can get past it completely. Hinata shook her head, pushing thoughts out of her mind. I want to train with you, both in fighting and in my vision. I want to make my eyes strong enough that I can see past your seals. A similar frown developed on Anoka's face. You know I designed those seals for a reason, right? The fact that the Byakugan can't see a person using one is kinda the point. I don't want anybody else getting your idea and start training on improving their vision or chakra sensing to be able to see past my seals. I realize that. And I really am impressed you managed to design a seal like that. It really says a lot about your strength as a seal master," Hinata mentioned. Anoka smiled briefly, but it disappeared as Hinata continued to speak. "But, understand where I am coming from as a Hyuga." She looked at the Uzumaki with pleading eyes. "Do you think it'd be even possible for me to see past the seals?" Anoka closed her eyes in thought as she thought about the question. She brought her right hand to her chin and rubbed it slightly. A few seconds passed before she opened her eyes again. "There's always room for improvement in anything. I think my seal is pretty flawless, but I could always see someone advanced enough breaking past it," she admitted. She then let a small chuckle escape her lips. "Your Byakugan would have to be better than AOS though. Just saying." Hinata's eyes immediately narrowed and a scowl developed on her lips. "He's not a Hyuga." The response caused Anoka's eyes to widen. Her frown deepened as she recalled their conversation the night, and how emotionless Hinata appeared after hearing about AO. The Uzumaki proceeded to squirm awkwardly in her seat. "You, don't hate us, right? For having somebody who took a Byakugan from a family member as part of the rebels?" she asked quietly. Hinata immediately softened at Anoka's tone. Her skull turned back into a frown. She then proceeded to shake her head. "No. I don't hate you or the rebels. It's just..." Hinata sighed. She was uncomfortable discussing her feelings about AO. "I don't know this AO-san nor do I know what kind of person he is, but he has done an act that has caused much suffering in my clan. And I'd really rather not ever meet him for as long as I'm here." "I understand. I wouldn't worry about that though. He's a stiff. He doesn't hang around the village that often. You shouldn't have problems avoiding him," Anoka admitted. Hearing that caused Hinata to sigh in relief. The Hyuga was disturbed by how much anger she could feel in herself towards the man. It was a discomforting feeling to have, and she wanted to avoid feeling it as much as she could. As long as she could avoid meeting AO, then she wouldn't have to focus on it. "Anyway, I suppose I could try helping you get better with your vision and see if you can eventually see past my seal." Anoka spoke up, interrupting Hinata's thoughts. "Hell, we could probably spar in general. I really do need to train more." "You'll train with me?" Hinata asked. "Yup," Anoka replied with a shrug. She quickly put away the sealing paper she had been working on and grabbed her pastry. She then started to walk towards the door of the bakery. "Follow me. I know a nice place where I think we can practice." A smile developed on Hinata's face. Despite the ranging emotions within her, Anoka did seem like a nice woman, and she was going to get proper training done. "I'll get my vision better. I will become the strongest shinobi I can," she told herself. With that thought, the Hyuga followed the Uzumaki out of the bakery. When dismissed, Dosu immediately left the village's limits and looked for someplace where he could meditate and train quietly by himself. Although he did recognize Anko's suggestion of working with one of the rebel shinobis as being beneficial, he was somebody who preferred little social interaction. He rationalized it with himself and began searching for an ideal location for him. It took him a few minutes to come across a small lake nearby the village that had plenty of open space around it. Only a few scattered trees were nearby. Dosu, assuming this would be a good, quiet area for him to train, decided to begin working immediately. He proceeded to walk over the water of the lake until he was at the center. Once he was there, he sat down on the water, closed his eyes, and proceeded to meditate while simultaneously keeping his body on top of the water. His eyes shot open upon hearing approaching footsteps. The boy stood upward and jumped to one of the trees. He then climbed upwards and prepared to ambush the person if they proved to be a threat. A few moments passed before the person arrived on the scene. It was a girl roughly around his age. She had long, straight brown hair that went down to her back and clear white eyes. She wore a dark blue t-shirt underneath a black flak jacket. She also wore a pair of matching black pants, and had matching pinstriped arm and leg guards. Attached to the back of her jacket were two large sides. The girl wore her Kirigakure forehead protector around her neck. Underneath his bandages, Dosu blushed slightly. She's beautiful. Upon entering the area, she turned her head immediately to the tree Dosu was in. I know you are there, Konoha Shinobi. I'm no threat to you, so you can come out. A few seconds passed before Dosu jumped down from his tree. Although he did find her attractive, he was able to shove those thoughts to the back of his mind. He remained motionless as he stared at her intently, trying to analyze her. The girl, however, did not reciprocate his look. She didn't appear to be staring at anything in particular. I was unaware somebody else would be coming out here to train, he told her. This is usually where I train every day, the girl informed him simply. Each sentence she said seemed to have the same neutral, uncaring tone. My apologies. I can move elsewhere, Dosu mentioned as he prepared to walk off. Why? You're already here and I do not mind. Perhaps I could train with you? She questioned. My name is Kawada Mizora. Kinyuta Dosu. Dosu gave his name. He then stared at the girl curiously. Kawada? You are a member of the Kawada clan? I am. One of the few surviving members after Yagura's bloodline hunts began, she mentioned. For the first time, emotion seemed to color her tone, anger was present in her words. Then you must be an exceptional chakra sensor with abilities that rival a Hyuga's Byakugan, Dosu commented. You also must be quite adept at using the hidden mist jutsu. If I recall, it was your clan that designed the technique for Kirigakure. Mizora hummed to herself. She seemed impressed by Dosu's deductions. You know some specific information about my clan. Most people have become unaware of my clan since the end of the Third Shinobi World War. How interesting. I read a lot. I know quite a bit about most clans around the world, Dosu replied with a slight shrug. That's a practical study. It makes you prepared for different enemy shinobi, Mizora noted. A curious look then developed in her eyes as she reached for one of her sides. I wonder how useful that information really is though in combat. You wish to spar? The bandage-wearing boy questioned. Of course. I would like to test the information you have, she stated sharply. Dosu originally did not want to interact too much with the rebel shinobi, but he felt himself feeling comfortable with this girl. He could tell by her word choice and the way she talked that she was not somebody who enjoyed meaningless conversation. She was to the point and wouldn't try to question him about his life. The two of them would be able to effectively train together. I would also like to test the accuracy of my information, Dosu replied as he got into a stance to fight. He gripped his gauntlet tightly. Whenever you are ready, Mizora replied with a slight taunting edge to her voice. With those words, the two shinobi charged at each other. Shikamaru grumbled to himself, mumbling various profanities as he continued to walk through the streets. When the group was dismissed, Shikamaru began to ask around, looking for a particular person he would like to train with, Haku. He found an answer rather quickly. Haku was usually wherever Momochi Zabuza was, training with him. What was annoying, however, was that nobody could give a straight answer where Zabuza would be. It took him roughly a full half-hour before he finally received a straight answer. Upon getting it, Shikamaru began walking towards a large, plain-looking gray building on the edge of town. It was described to Shikamaru as a warehouse, but the building apparently had a large open area that was suitable for training. Taking a deep breath, the Nara opened the door to the warehouse and walked inside. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. Shikamaru stared wide-eyed as he watched two large dragons, one made of fire and one of water, collide against each other. both dragon elemental attacks cancelled each other out. Shikamaru then turned his head and noticed the two combatants in the warehouse, Zabuza and Anko. Your fire actually managed to evaporate my water dragon. I'm impressed. Zabuza admitted with a smirk. Of course. Anko grinned. But you're no slouch either. I'm impressed you made that many hand signs so quickly to use the jutsu. If you're a shinobi and you are not quick, then you're dead. He replied with a scoff. He tightened his grip on his large broadsword. Then show me how quick you really are. Anko challenged. The two jonin proceeded to charge at each other. Zabuza immediately swung her sword directly at her, trying to cut at her. Anko jumped upwards and avoided the attack. She then held out her hand and released multiple snakes from underneath the sleeve of her jacket. The snakes rushed at Zabuza, but the swordsman jumped backwards. The snakes continued to charge after him. Zabuza, this time, sidestepped and avoided their advances. He then charged once again towards Anko, gripping his sword tightly and preparing to try cutting her again. Intense, isn't it? Shikamaru mentally jumped at the new voice. He turned his head to the left and noticed Haku approaching him. The ice release user was currently watching the fight intently. Anko-san is much tougher than I thought. She can keep Zabuza-sama on his toes and force him to take their sparring seriously. This is a good match for them both. Especially because, from what I heard, she had a bad match against Jinpachi. Zabuza-sama is somebody who can really prepare for another fight with Jinpachi if it ever comes up. Haku mentioned. They're good. Then again, that's why they're jonin and why they have entries in the bingo book. Shikamaru replied with a shrug. He turned his whole attention away from the fight and on to Haku. I was looking for you actually, Haku. Do you mind training with me? Train? Haku gave him a confused look. What did you have in mind? Do exercises and work on jutsu together, or simply spar? Anything. As long as we both get stronger, I don't care what we do. The Konoha shinobi replied with a sigh. I don't know if we're going to war with you guys, but we could and I'd like to be prepared for anything. I'd like somebody who could push me to get stronger. There are probably better people to ask. Haku commented. I could give you some other names dash. Haku, I know you are stronger than me. That's all I need. I just want to train with somebody that's better than me. Shikamaru interrupted him. All right. Follow me then. Haku mentioned as he started to walk towards the exit of the warehouse. Why do you want to be stronger, though? Shikamaru seemed confused by his question. The two shinobi stopped talking until they got out of the warehouse, leaving Anko and Zabuza to their spar. Once outside, Haku started to walk towards a training area he was familiar with. Along the way, he asked Shikamaru his question again. Why do you want to be stronger? Is it simply because of the war? He clarified. Is it all about not wanting to die? I'd be lying if I said that wasn't a factor. No, I don't want to die. Shikamaru shrugged in response. But more than that, I don't want my comrades to die. A scowl developed on his face. That incident in the restaurant during the invasion could have ended disastrously if you and the other rebels didn't intervene. There had to have been something I could have done to prevent Hinata, Dosu and I from being in that situation. But I didn't do it, and we nearly died. I don't want that to happen again. I want to be physically and mentally capable enough to keep my allies alive in any given scenario. That's why I need to get stronger. Heh. Haku chuckled in response. That must be the infamous Will of Fire talking. There's a reason it's our village's mantra. Shikamaru replied sharply. Oh no, don't believe that I was mocking it. Far from it. I really respect the belief. It's an attitude I hope Kiri is able to borrow when this war is over. The ice release user admitted. Regardless, I agree with your beliefs and I share them. I wish to get stronger as well to keep Zabuza-sama, Mei-sama, and my comrades alive. You and I can both work together and get us closer to achieving this goal. Sounds good to me. The Nara smirked. The two shinobi continued on their walk towards Haku's training grounds, prepared to give it their all and get closer to achieving their goal. Ugh. Naruto grumbled to himself as he moved back and forth in his sleeping bag. The boy had a difficult time sleeping since he got to Uzashigakure. The ruined village was not a comforting place, both metaphorically and literally. Still, he always found himself able to sleep eventually. Tonight, however, it seemed as if sleep was not going to come to him. It's probably 'cause we're leaving tomorrow, Naruto realized. Jiraiya had informed the Uzumaki cousins that they had spent enough time in Uzashigakure. They were going to have to head back to Konoha and give their reports about the village's condition. Once again, Naruto was excited to return back home. He was looking forward to seeing his village and his friends. However, despite its condition, the blonde Uzumaki found himself attached to Uzashigakure. He didn't want to leave. Realizing that with such thoughts he wasn't going to sleep, Naruto pulled himself out of his sleeping bag. He then walked out of the room where he, his cousins, and Jiraiya were sleeping. The boy had intended on walking around the village and just seeing the locations one more time. When he left his room, however, he was greeted by Masakato. The Sandaime Yuzukage was currently mulling over a seal, drawing meticulously. "You're awake, Naruto?" Masakato questioned, not looking up from his seal. "Yeah," Naruto admitted. "I'm having a hard time sleeping." "Just stop trying. Sleep is a useless bastard. Nighttime is a much more productive time period to get work accomplished. Trust me, kid, it's best to embrace insomnia." Masakato informed him with a chuckle. "If your body really needed to rest, it'll force you to." "Ha, I guess you have a point." Naruto chuckled in response. "So, do you care if I work with you?" "Go right ahead." The elder Uzumaki shrugged in response. "Anything in particular though? I know Jiraiya and I just showed you 3 brats some combat-related Fuinjutsu, so you going to work on them?" "Nah. I like the jutsus you showed, but they're not for me." Naruto shrugged in response. He then pulled out a scroll that he took from the Jutsu library when he first started to explore the temple of Uzashigakure. "This is what I'm going to work on." Masakato turned away from his own work to look at Naruto's scroll. The man immediately recognized it as Wind Style, Hurricane Manifestation. He then snorted in response. "You just started learning Fuinjutsu, kid. You think you can pick up one of the jutsus I designed?" Masakato challenged. "Of course, I can databeo. I'll have it ready for the next time I fight somebody," Naruto declared. "Good luck." The elder Uzumaki snorted once again. The two Uzumaki fell into silence as they began working on their seals. They remained focused on their seals and drawing the appropriate symbols with as accurately as possible. Naruto's seal, however, was significantly less complicated than the Fuinjutsu Masakato was working on. He, therefore, finished first. He then placed his fingers on the seal and turned to face the former Yuzukage. "How much chakra do you think should be used on the seal?" Naruto questioned. "However much you want. That jutsu is pretty powerful, so it could handle a good chunk of chakra." Masakato shrugged in response. "Don't too much power though. You could break down the ceiling of the temple if you have it too powerful." Naruto nodded in understanding. After channeling a small amount of chakra, he made a series of hand signs, Wind Style, Hurricane Manifestation. Instantly, the seal lit up and channeled a green light. Within seconds, a tornado-like gust of wind developed upward from the seal. The wind flew upward, making direct contact with the ceiling. Cracks began to develop on the ceiling as the wind hit it directly, but it remained stable. Masakato turned his attention away from his seal and looked at the created tornado. The man was staring at it with shock evident on his face. Hell yeah! Naruto couldn't help but shout as he started to jump up and down. I did it! I did it! He was just looking at that jutsu for the first time? How the fuck? Masakato tried to rationalize the situation in his mind. Naruto, how the hell did you do that on your first time? I just tried to apply what you and Ero-Sennin taught us. It worked. Naruto shrugged. The hardest part was just getting the symbols and handwriting right, but after all that practice when we started, it wasn't that bad. After just a week of lessons and he accomplishes combat Fuinjutsu at that level so easy? He really has inherited the Uzumaki's affinity for the art. Masakato noted with a proud smile on his face. I know I'll need to be able to write a lot faster to use it in battle, but I'll keep working on that. The blonde declared, tightening his fists in determination. No, don't be concerned about that. That was your first time looking at the seal. Of course, you'd be slow. You'll get faster with practice. Masakato informed him, his smile growing wider. You've done well, Naruto. You're a true Uzumaki. A similar wide smile developed on Naruto's face. The blonde quickly rushed over to the elder and hugged him tightly. Thank you so much for everything, Masakato-ji-san. Why thank me? I just taught you a little Fuinjutsu. You're an Uzumaki. You would have picked up at some point. The man shrugged. Tears then developed in his eyes. I should be thanking you and your cousins. Thank you for being alive, and for giving me a family again. His words brought Naruto to tears. The hug tightened. Both Uzumaki did not speak during their hug. They remained motionless for roughly 5 minutes before they finally broke the hug. Naruto immediately yawned. Sleep, kid. I think you're tired enough that you might get some sleep. You got a long day tomorrow. Masakato informed him with a chuckle. I know. Naruto nodded his head with another yawn. He gave the man one final hug. Good night, Masakato-ji-san. With those words, Naruto walked back to his room, heading to sleep. Masakato was left alone. A smile remained on his lips as he returned back to work on his seal. He's a good kid. So are all of them. The Uzumaki clan is looking better than ever. I can't wait to hear about what they become in the years to come. Masakato told himself. With those thoughts, however, came a sudden realization. The smile on his face immediately disappeared. I don't want them to leave me alone again. I am too old for this shit. Hiruzen sighed. Just after had finished most of the cleanup from the Suna-Oto invasion, and after having fully calmed himself down, the Sandaime Hokage is greeted by a snake messenger from Anko. The snake delivers a scroll to him, detailing the circumstances of her mission. There was always a risk involved with missions in Mizu no Kuni nowadays. The civil war made the area dangerous and resulted in every mission involved with the country to be classified as no rank lower than B rank. However, the man had given Anko a B rank mission that seemed to have no consequence. Her team would not have to be in the country for long. In theory, this mission should have been totally safe. Instead, it seemed as if Konoha had now been dragged into the bloody civil war. How frustrating. Hamura grumbled, shaking his head slightly. Hiruzen had informed his 2 former teammates and his advisors of Anko's scroll. Whatever decision he made would be absolute and nobody could question it, not even his advisors. However, he always preferred to hear their opinions. It was dangerous for one person to have complete control of every aspect of a village. Even if he felt like he should ignore their advice, it was comforting to know that he had heard out and analyzed every possible decision possible in relation to the situation. So that's the situation. Hiruzen commented. Your opinions? What action are you considering? Kohara questioned. Hiruzen shook his head. I asked for your opinions, Kohara. Mine does not matter at the moment. Very well then. Hamura spoke up. Mitarashi-san has committed a grave mistake and her foolishness will cost us. Foolishness? I may agree with her actions being a mistake, but I do not believe that you could classify them as foolish. Kohara openly scoffed at her teammate's words. It's very clear where her mind was working. She wanted to defend a village under fire from invaders. There is no reason to consider that a foolish decision. That is a morally right decision. And that's foolish in our world. Hamura replied dismissively. All three of us have lived long enough to know that. To be a shinobi, you have to ignore everything else other than your village and your mission. I would agree with Kohara. Hiruzen mentioned. Although it is true that our priorities should lie with the village and our missions, it does not mean we should disregard our morality entirely. I do not fault Anko-san's decisions. Fine. The morality behind her decision does not matter much anyway. Hamura stated. A slight skull developed on his face, but was gone in a second. Admit though, that she has forced Konoha into an unfortunate circumstance. Kirigakure will most likely declare war on us once they finish dealing with their civil war. Most likely. Kohara sighed. Therefore, I feel as if we should focus our time in strengthening our village, making contact with IWA and any other allies we have, and prepare for the upcoming war. So you advise not having a part in the civil war? Hiruzen questioned. Correct. She nodded her head in affirmation. Konoha is still recovering from the invasion. We have neither the shinobi nor resources to waste. I disagree with that. Hamura mentioned. Kohara turned her attention toward her former teammate and narrowed her eyes. Explain. We exaggerate Yugura's insanity. He won't declare war immediately. He'll wait until Kirigakure is united under his rule and strengthen them. Then he will come for us. And his rampage could very well destroy the village. He answered matter-of-factly. The best way to deal with him is during this civil war. As long as he doesn't have a full nation's worth of shinobi under his control, he won't be as much of a devastating opponent. In addition, we will have the rebel shinobi to use as allies. They'll be more likely to die in this war than our own shinobi. They are tools to you then? Hiruzen's eyes narrowed at the man. I suppose you could put it that way, but at least if we achieve victory against Yugura, some of them will be alive. Kohara's plan of action will ensure every single one of them will die. Hamura declared. It would be an unfortunate result, but we must always remember that in such a situation, Konoha is the priority. Kohara stated. That is true. That is the reason why we need to get involved and destroy Yugura before he becomes a threat to Konoha. Hamura continued to say. That is all I needed to hear from you two. Hiruzen spoke up, raising his hand. This action silenced his two partners. I have been thinking about this situation too much in regards to morality. Hearing your takes on the logistics about our action was appreciated. Then what is your intent? Kohara questioned. I will prepare an army to march to Kiri and join the rebels. He declared. Kohara made a conscious effort to keep her face neutral. Hamura, on the other hand, let a small smirk develop on his face. So, you agree then? He questioned the Hokage. I do. We will be able to ensure that the rebels are not entirely wiped out, eliminate Yugura's tyranny, and prevent our village from being a target of war. Hiruzen stated. The two advisors were dismissed. Hiruzen returned to his desk and immediately wrote a response to Anko. He summoned a small monkey, gave it the scroll, and instructed it to deliver the message to Anko. With his task done, the Hokage began considering what shinobi he would send on an invasion force against Kirigakure and Yugura. I really am too old for this shit. Chapter 42, The Search for Utakata. The sun began to rise over the ruined village of Kirigakure. As the day was just beginning, Jiraiya and the Uzumaki cousins were finishing up their final preparations to leave. Within 30 minutes, the group had finished packing and was now standing outside the Kirigakure temple. Masakato stood by the entrance, looking at the group. You all weren't here for too long, but you all picked up on Fuinjutsu fast. I trust you can learn the deeper intricacies of the art on your own time. Masakato told them with a smirk. We will. Karen declared excitedly. We also have a much stronger understanding of our clan. Taiyuya mentioned. You do. Masakato nodded his head. A small frown developed on his face as he recalled the initial reason why the group had arrived at the village. Look, I understand that you all came to learn secrets of the clan and give them back to your villages. Go ahead and say a few things if you want, but remember that a clan's secrets are supposed to remain their own secrets. Keep some things to yourself. He then turned his attention to Jiraiya and narrowed his eyes on him. That goes for you too, Jiraiya. You are lucky as an outsider to have even stepped foot in that temple. I hope that you won't spill everything you have seen and heard to your leaders. I won't. Jiraiya nodded his head in understanding. None of us will. We will make sure things stay secret. Naruto added. He then gave the elder a thumbs-up gesture. You can trust us, Masakato-ji-san. Masakato's face softened as he let a smile grace his lips. I trust you. You're honest to a fault, Naruto. He claimed with a laugh. I'm going to miss you. I'm going to miss all of you brats. It was nice having someone to call family around for the first time in decades. You could come with us, if you want. Taiyuya commented quietly. Masakato gave the girl a strange look. Well, Naruto and I are going to be in Konoha. You can, come back with us. Granted, I'll be in a prison cell for a little while longer probably, Taiyuya let out a scoff before continuing, but you would definitely have us in the same place. Or you could go to Kusa with Karen. You don't have to stay here by yourself. You have family out in the world. Masakato proceeded to mumble to himself, trying to process her suggestion. I have research to do. I have history to maintain. Relax, wasn't trying to stress you out. You don't have to come with us. It was just a thought. Taiyuya shrugged in response. She then walked over to Masakato and, to his surprise, embraced him in a hug. I didn't think I would feel this way when we first met, but I'm going to miss you too, Masakato-sensei. But don't get me wrong, I'm not going to forget that you tried to kill us because you were being too emotional to think properly. Trust me, I'll get back at you one day. Taiyuya warned him. Despite her threat, she seemed to tighten the hug. Ha! Masakato started to laugh loudly in response as he returned her hug. I'd like to see you try. Naruto and Karen joined the group hug as they all said farewell to the elder Uzumaki. After a minute though, Jiraiya coughed and got their attention, reminding them that they needed to leave soon so that way they would make progress on their way back to Konoha. The cousins let go of Masakato and walked over to Jiraiya. The group then started to walk off, away from the village. We'll meet each other again one day. Karen shouted at the man. Yeah, we will. Whenever I'm in the area on a mission, I'll try and stop by. Naruto informed him. You take care. What Naruto said. For the love of God, take care of yourself better. Taiyuya demanded. Your clothes are falling apart and you fucking smell. Seriously, the next time I see you one day, you better not look like shit. I'll try. Masakato laughed in response at Taiyuya's order. The Sandaime Yuzukage waved goodbye as the group proceeded to leave him. He stayed outside, watching them leave until they disappeared over the horizon. With them gone, Masakado was now alone once again. The man remained outside for a moment, still staring in the direction the group had walked out to. A few moments passed before he sighed and walked back inside his temple. For a few days, Yuzushiogakure felt alive. There was only 4 other people in the village, but that was enough for him. The company was appreciated, and they were all great people. They were family, literally. Now that they were gone, though, the village was back to its usual empty atmosphere. Masakado handled living in this environment for over 2 decades. Now, after getting a brief reprieve from it, he didn't know if he could go back to living in it again. I should have asked them to stay. They probably wouldn't have, but I should have. He mumbled to himself. Or, maybe I should have taken up Taiyuya's suggestion. I couldn't though. I have a responsibility to everybody that died in the village on the day of the invasion. I have a responsibility to focus all of my time on the time travel seal and go back to save them. I can't afford to go moving to some other village and forgetting about them. Masakado mentally scolded himself for entertaining the idea. But, it would be nice to not always be this lonely. He sighed. The man needed to reflect. 3 days later. Terumi May sat quietly down at a desk in a plain, empty room. The woman was looking at different financial reports that Shicho had given her. She was currently trying to find ways to divide her current funds to appropriate resources to hire the necessary amount of missing ninjas to assist with the rebellion, while also obtaining necessary tools for the upcoming invasion. Such tedious work. She grumbled to herself as she wrote down information about hiring a particular shinobi. Still, guess somebody has to do stuff like this. As she moved to another report, a loud knock sounded throughout her room. May looked away and faced the door. You can come in. She called out. On cue, the door opened and Anko proceeded to walk in. The auburn-haired woman sighed in relief. For a moment, I thought you were Shicho, and you had more reports for me. Thank God it's you. May stated with a smile. Heh. Anko smirked in response. You're already doing paperwork and hating it. You really are practicing for when you are the Godame Mizukage. Once the rebellion succeeds, if I'm the Godame, then so be it. But I'll never be doing this shit when that happens. May grumbled in response. A playful grin developed on her face. I'm sure I can find some sweet, studious man who'd be willing to do anything to please the Mizukage. You'll find somebody. You have people that'd do anything for you. Anko snorted in response. Lord knows that half of the men here would kill the Rikudo Sennin if it meant they had a chance to sleep with you. You flatter me. May chuckled in response. Her face then switched to a more serious expression. Do you have anything you want to discuss, Anko-san? Have you heard back from the Hokage? I have. The Konoha Jonin nodded her head in response. The woman pulled out a scroll from her jacket's pocket and tossed it over to May. The Kirigakure rebel grabbed the scroll and opened it. She then began to read its contents as a smile developed on her face. So, we do have Konoha's aid. She commented in genuine relief. Her smile seemed to develop further as she continued to read. And he's going to send a good-sized battalion. Yup. Count us in. Anko replied with a smirk. This means a lot to us. Konoha's assistance will never be forgotten. May informed her. May was about to dismiss Anko and continue reading the Hokage's report to herself when a thought occurred to her, a thought she brushed off when she was unaware of whether or not Konoha would be helping her. Now that she knew what they were doing, the thought returned. Anko-san, before you leave, can I make a request? If you and your team are going to help in the rebellion, would I be allowed to borrow a particular shinobi of yours for a mission? May questioned. A mission? Anko's eyebrows raised in confusion. You were at that meeting when I informed Ao that I would try and create a team for him to be able to recruit Utakata successfully. Mei commented. I would like if I could have Hyuga Hinata join that team to ensure success. Hinata? Why? Anko was now looking at the woman suspiciously. And isn't Ao the guy that has the Byakugan? That would be a horrible decision. It wouldn't, because she would succeed at the mission. The auburn-haired woman replied. Explain. Anko demanded as she crossed her arms over her chest. You are aware of who Utakata is, correct? The Rokubi Jinchuriki? Mei questioned. I was familiar with the name, but couldn't recall why. That's where I heard it from, I suppose. The Konoha Jonin mentioned. Her eyes seemed to narrow at the woman in front of her. That alone isn't an explanation. If anything, that news doesn't make me feel more comfortable about letting Hinata go on this mission. I did my research, Anko-san. I know that you all are apparently very close with the Kyubi Jinchuriki. Mei stated. I'm aware of flawed beliefs amongst my shinobi. I know that many of them view Jinchuriki negatively due to Yagura's tyrannical rule. The theory that Yagura's insanity happened because of the Sanbai has ultimately led to some less than savory opinions about people like him. I can't have people like that try and recruit Utakata. They would ultimately antagonize him and drive him away from us. I need somebody who has no bias against Jinchuriki. And you don't have any shinobi at all in your ranks that would fill that role? Anko questioned. I do have plenty of shinobi that have no biases, but that's not all I want. I also want somebody who would be able to sympathize with him. Mei admitted. I do know that plenty of the rebels would be able to sympathize because of the bloodline hunts, but that's not the same. Becoming a Jinchuriki is a different beast altogether, and if you have never been close to a Jinchuriki, I don't think anyone can properly understand that. The woman then gave a pleading look towards Anko. I heard about how close Hinata-san is towards the Kyubi Jinchuriki. I think she's somebody that would be able to sympathize with Utakata and convince him to join the rebels. Okay. I understand that logic. Anko sighed in response. But would I not be good at the job? Or Shikamaru or Dosu? We all are close to our Jinchuriki, after all. Not referring to him by name in front of me, I see. Guess I got you too suspicious. Mei chuckled in response. Anko's eyes narrowed on her, causing her to continue. I chose Hinata because, based on my own investigation, she is the one who is closest with the Jinchuriki. Even having romantic feelings. Hinata's feelings are so obvious that somebody who has never even met Naruto nor has seen them interact together knows that she likes him. Wow. Anko shook her head in response, resisting the urge to chuckle. Because of that, I'd prefer it to be her. I think that means she would be even more sympathetic towards somebody who grew up with a similar burden than most would. The Kirigakure rebel leader stated. The purple-haired woman sighed in response. Alright, I get it. I see why Hinata has to be on the mission. And I'm okay with that now. Anko sighed in response. But why send her with Ao? I'm telling you, that's a bad decision. She has too much bad blood towards him. I have to have Ao on the mission. Mei frowned in response. He's the only person who both has the tracking capabilities and the spy network possible to locate Utakata. Great. Anko sighed. She opened her mouth to say something back to the woman, but an idea entered her head. A grin developed on her face. Alright, I have a suggestion then. My whole team will go on this mission. Anko suggested. Surely we all can provide some help in recruiting Utakata. Also, we will be there to help keep Hinata in line if her relationship with Ao proves to be too harmful. I had intended on this just being a 3-person team. The addition of you, Dosu-san, and Shikamaru-san would make this a 6-man squad. Mei mumbled. She then sighed in response. I suppose you all could go. You're not officially under my command, so I'll allow you to do what you want. Go on the mission. The rebels' eyes then narrowed. However, if you all go, I expect a completed mission. Come back with Utakata on our side. Understood. We can accomplish that. Anko nodded her head in response. She then gave the auburn-haired woman a curious look. So, it's my team and AO. That makes 5. Who is this 6th person you want us to work with? Really? You? Anko grumbled to herself. After informing her team of Mei's mission, the group proceeded to head over to the woman's office as soon as the next day began. When they arrived, they were greeted by Ao and Kawada Mizora. Misora-san, it is nice to see you again. Dosu bowed towards the brown-haired girl. Mizora didn't seem to pay much attention to his bow. Still, she greeted him with a bow of her own. It's a pleasure to meet you again, Dosu-san. And you as well, Anko-san. The girl then turned her head towards the Konoha Jonin. Her normally neutral face developed a small, playful smirk. It appears, from my understanding, that the Hokage has ordered you and other Konoha shinobi to assist with the rebellion. It appears he understood that it was the logical decision. Zip it. The Jonin hissed. Great, she also is smug. God, what an insufferable bitch. So, you are the team I'll be working with. Ao commented, getting everybody's attention. The middle-aged man had a smile on his face as he held out his hand towards the Konoha shinobi nearest him, Hinata. The name's Ao. I've heard a lot of good things about you Konoha shinobi. Here's to a good mission. Hinata remained quiet. She stared back and forth from Ao to his hand. She took a deep breath in, as if resisting the urge to say something, before turning her attention towards Mei. Mei-sama, can you inform us of the specifics of the mission? She questioned, her voice devoid of emotion. Cold. Ao grumbled, returning his hand to his side. As I assume Anko-san has informed you, the mission is to find Utakata and bring him to the village. Mei ordered. Utakata is somebody who would help reduce overall casualties on our side. He would be a crucial aspect of the invasion. Therefore, I need you all to approach him and find a way to convince him to join the rebellion. Mei's eyes then narrowed at the group. One thing though, I want him back in the village through any means necessary, but do not engage him. If you do and he fought at full strength, I make no promises that you all would make it out alive. In addition, that would ruin any trust he could have with the rebellion, or shinobi in general. No, use whatever means necessary, but don't try to fight him. He's a Jinchuriki, right? Shikamaru questioned. Mei nodded her head. Should we be expecting resistance? Like, does he have a bad experience with the rebels? As a group? No. The rebels have left him alone, and he has no reason to dislike us. However, you are all familiar with Jinchuriki, right? The rebel leader questioned. The 4 Konoha shinobi nodded in affirmation. Then you must understand that Utakata had problems with discrimination growing up. Ultimately, Kirigakure's descent into the village it is today under Yagura, along with some falling out he had with his now-deceased mentor, Harasame, led him to leave the village and become a wanderer. He's somebody who does not like interaction with people, and will resist any attempt to make him interact with more people. He's antisocial, then. Anko sighed in response. Whatever. He can't be any worse than Han. This should be doable. Do we know where we would find him? Dosu questioned. Ao? Mei turned her attention to the middle-aged man. I did my research, yeah. Apparently, he is in Nizu no Kuni somewhere on the main island. His last sighting was nearby a small village in the north. My sources have also said that he is accompanied by a young woman roughly around his age. Maybe a few years younger. Ao reported. She is more identifiable than him though, so I'm going to approach finding Utakata by trying to find her. Utakata is with a woman? Mei blinked in surprise. Did he find love? Mei-sama. I have a question. Hinata spoke, interrupting Mei's thoughts before they could develop in detail. We aren't simply bringing you a tool, right? You aren't using Utakata-san as a tool? What does it matter if she is? Ao asked with a shrug. The Rokubi was put in him to make him a tool. That's what he is. Hinata turned to face the man. The emotionless look in her eyes was replaced with a cold, angry glare. It matters because Jinchuriki are human just like us. They aren't tools to be used and thrown away. She hissed in response. Ao returned her glare with one of his own. Yeah, they are. We all are. Before being a Jinchuriki, he is a shinobi, and all shinobi are tools. Our master will use us until we are worth nothing, and then we'll be thrown out. Of course, you would have such a belief. Hinata rolled her eyes. What's that supposed to mean? Ao demanded. Enough. You are here to work together, not pointlessly squabble. You both look pathetic to me at the moment. Mei shouted. The woman obtained the full attention of both Ao and Hinata. The two shinobi looked embarrassed, but still seemed rather agitated. Neither were looking at the other. Mei sighed at their behavior, but ignored it to continue talking. To answer your question, Hinata-san, no. I want to have Utakata assist us in the invasion, and after that, he can do what he pleases. If he wishes to become a shinobi of Kirigakure again, then he may. If he wants to stay a wanderer, then he may, and I will not label him a missing ninja. All I ask of him is to help with this one battle, and nothing more. She stated. Please inform him of that when talking to him. I want him to understand that I mean no harm to him, and I want to work with him. Understood. Hinata bowed her head in understanding. A small smile developed on her face. I hope you are being honest. If he grew up in any way like Naruto-kun, then he deserves a life that makes him happy. Happy, not a life of being a tool. Any other questions? The rebel leader questioned the group of 6. Each member shook their head. Then you are all dismissed. Report to the village entrance in 1 hour and begin your mission. All 6 shinobi replied with a nod in understanding before leaving to make their final preparations for the mission. The Konoha shinobi walked back to their room in the inn quietly, not attempting to talk much. Hinata was in a foul mood, which affected the normal relaxed conversational environment. After arriving at the inn, they organized their belongings and weapons quickly. In a few minutes, they were ready to head out on their mission. You all good? Anko questioned her team. Dosu and Shikamaru nodded silently to their captain in response. Hinata, in contrast, just scoffed in response. I'm as good as I'll ever be. She grumbled. Hinata. Anko said the kunoichi's name sternly. Calm down. I'm trying. But he's even worse than I thought he'd be. Hinata exclaimed. To him, people like Naruto-kun are just tools to be used. That's unacceptable. He's a dick. He's an absolute dick. Anko interrupted the Hyuga's rant. But we have to work with him on his mission. So Hinata, please . I'm trying not to hate him. I really am. Hinata shouted, her eyes starting to water up. But his beliefs about the Jinchuriki and the fact that he has the Byakugan. I can't stop myself. I am sorry. I don't want to, but I can't help myself. I'm . Hinata, you didn't let me finish. Anko spoke loudly and sternly, getting Hinata to stop talking. There is nothing wrong with hating somebody. It's an emotion and it doesn't make you a bad person. Everyone has somebody or something they hate. So, stop trying to not hate him. The woman's face then twisted into a sympathetic smile. What I'm asking you to do is to look beyond the hate. We're working with a shithead, but that shouldn't affect your abilities as a shinobi. Don't let that hate and anger impact the mission. I'll try. Hinata mumbled in response. She brushed away the developing tears in her eyes before giving her Jonin instructor a smile. I'll try. I promise. From what I heard from Misora-san, Ao-san is rather antisocial himself and won't talk much. I feel this shouldn't be difficult. As long as you don't engage him, he shouldn't try and talk to you. Dosu offered. I won't. Hinata affirmed, crossing her arms over her chest. Then let's just get this mission over with and get this asshole out of your life, Hinata. Shikamaru offered. He put his hand on his shoulder in a comforting gesture. Regardless, we're here for you if you need someone to just rant to and take some of the anger out. I really appreciate that, Shikamaru-kun. Hinata admitted with a smile. She turned to face both Dosu and Anko as well. Thank you all. Thank you so much. We're a team. It's what we do. Anko shrugged in response. Anyway, now that we have that addressed and we're all ready, let's head over to the entrance of the village. Maybe if they finished, we can get the mission started as quickly as possible. Anko's subordinates nodded in agreement. With those words, the team left the inn and headed towards the village entrance. As Anko had predicted, both Ao and Misora had finished their preparations early. The group of 6, upon arrival, headed out of Kibo and began their mission. As I told Maesama, Utakata was last seen near a village north of here, close to the coastline. That was roughly 2 days ago. If he were to remain on the island, logic dictates he would have west. If he went east, he'd be heading in the direction of Kirigakure, and that'd be the last place Utakata would want to be. Ao informed them. Is there any possibility that this Utakata-san would have went to the village to get a boat and moved to another island? Dosu questioned. Doubt it. The middle-aged man shook his head. The last report I had about his location stated that he was on a different island. His current sighting here shows that he just arrived on this island, and I really doubt he would have just landed here only to immediately head back on his boat. No, he's got to still be on the island for the next few days. So, he went west and most likely away from the coast. I'd assume that means he would have gone to a village like Hitachi. Misora threw out her opinion. That's what I was thinking. Ao nodded his agreement. Hitachi? Shikamaru questioned. It's a small village deep within the marshlands. Not a very well-known village, and has little interaction with the rest of Mizu no Kuni with the exception of Yagura's troops coming occasionally for bloodline hunts. Misora explained. Utakata was always somebody who preferred solitude. If he were traveling somewhere in the country, I'd bet it would be there. Why though? Shikamaru continued to ask questions. Would he have any reason to come to the country to go there? I'm not for certain, but it makes sense if that's the direction Utakata would go in, and considering that he's a person who would not want to go to a heavily populated area in the country. The kunoichi shrugged in response. Well, we have a destination where we think he could be. We'll head to Hitachi first and check for information. Ao declared. If we travel at a steady pace and stop only once to prepare a meal, we should arrive there tonight shortly after nightfall. So, let's head out that way. The group of 6 proceeded to move in the direction towards the village of Hitachi. Ao led the group at the front. Dosu, Shikamaru, and Anko were directly behind him and remained in the center. Hinata and Misora were both at the rear. They, along with Ao, were paying attention to the environment around them and were preparing for any possible conflict. After traveling for 4 hours, the group came to a stop. As Ao had suggested, they were going to take a small break to prepare their meal for the day. The middle-aged man caught fish from a nearby lake and quickly cooked it. The group of 6 began eating their meal. They remained in silence as they quickly ate the fish. After finishing his portion, however, Shikamaru decided to break the silence. I still find it eerie how deserted this country is. He noted. We haven't seen a single person since we started out. Not even a single passing traveler? Or even a bandit? It's not safe. Even bandits are aware of that fact. Mizora replied with a shrug. Any given location could become the next battleground between Yagura's troops and Meisama's rebels. Nobody wants to get in the crossfires. Some things will never change, I suppose. Ao mentioned with a bitter chuckle. This is exactly what Mizu no Kuni was like during the Third Shinobi World War. Were you a veteran of the war? Anko questioned out of curiosity. Of course. The man nodded his head. A frown developed on his face. This civil war is nothing compared to that. You kids think Yagura is bad? You should have seen the Sandai Mizukage. We were all his tools to engage in war. And back then, nobody had the bright idea to try and rebel against him. We just let him march us off to our death against Iwa, Konoha, Suna, or Kumo shinobi. I'm lucky to have even survived the damn war. Most Kiri shinobi didn't. Another bitter chuckle escaped the man's mouth. Yagura was the one who finally disposed of the Sandai Mizukage, and we thought he was going to usher in a new era for Kiri, an era of hope. How ironic. If anything, he worsened all the problems his predecessor caused, and was the one who truly divided the nation. Your country and village have a most unfortunate history. Dosu commented, trying to come up with the right word. It's called the Village of the Bloody Mist for a reason. Ao sighed. Whatever. It's just history repeating itself. I keep telling myself that because it makes fighting in the Civil War easier for me. He then let out a hearty chuckle. If I survive the Third Shinobi World War, one can survive this Civil War. Was the Third Shinobi World War where you got your eye? Hinata spoke up. All eyes had turned toward the Hyuga. Hinata had not said a single word to anybody since the mission began. The girl didn't seem to notice everybody's attention. She was just staring at Ao, her eyes containing a weird mixture of emotionlessness and anger. Hinata. Anko mumbled, hoping Hinata wasn't going to start something. I did. Ao answered plainly. Bastard took out my right eye, so I took his when I killed him. It's not your eye. Hinata commented plainly. Bullshit. I defeated him. Anything on his body was fair game for me to take. Ao replied dismissively as a skull developed on his face. Unless you think I should have just gone without a right eye. I'm sure you could have gotten a different transplant. You just chose the one most profitable to you. Hinata grumbled. Not caring about the effects of your actions. Effects? What the fuck are you talking about? Ao rolled his eyes. Do you even know what the actions of people like you have done to the Hyuga clan? Hinata questioned angrily. Those actions are why the Hyuga clan started marking people. They're the reason why the Hyuga clan is divided into a main house and a branch house. The result of men like you who think our eyes are just a tool to use. It goes with the territory of being a shinobi. When you die, the person who kills you has access to anything on your possession. That's why most bodies of Kiri shinobi are destroyed by hunter shinobi. Ao dismissed her comments again. You can't just brush off actions like that. Hinata shouted. You dash. I can, you hypocritical bitch. Ao hissed, standing up and pointing a finger at the girl. Because you don't give a shit that the fucking Hyuga I fought tried to kill me. If the situation was reversed and the Hyuga killed me and took something from me, you wouldn't care. And why would you care? You only care because of the fucking Byakugan. You don't care about the fight I had with the Hyuga or why I have the eye. I don't care? The Hyuga heiress questioned angrily. Yeah, you don't. Ao declared as he stood up and started to walk close together to her. You don't care, you goddamn dash. Before the two could continue fighting, Anko jumped in, standing in between her student and the approaching rebel. "Enough," she ordered. "Your bickering is unfitted for any shinobi, regardless of rank," Mizora stated dismissively. "Such pathetic fighting over a useless eye of all things." "Useless?" Hinata questioned in surprise. "It has a purpose, and you know it, Mizora." Ao shook his head in response. "Just because you are blind and have to use chakra sensing to function as a shinobi doesn't mean that sight is useless, let alone the perfect vision from the Byakugan." "You're blind?" Dosu questioned Mizora in surprise. The brown-haired woman gave no response to the boy. She simply continues to shake her head. "You call me blind, but I'm just somebody without vision." "You too," she proceeded to look back and forth between Hinata and Ao, "unable to look past your emotions, are the ones who are truly blind. And if you both keep acting like that, you'll both get your killed in this war." Silence filled the area for a few moments. Ao and Hinata were staring at each other and Mizora. Both still seemed to have anger on their faces, but they also appeared uncomfortable. The silence was finally broken by Mizora. "We've all eaten and wasted enough time. Let's get on the road. We need to get to Hitachi before nightfall, right?" she commented. "Yes," Ao grumbled. "Let's start moving out then." The group of 6 immediately got ready and started back on their path towards Hitachi. Once again, silence filled the air as the group remained focused on their mission. Anko, however, would occasionally glance over at Hinata, looking at her in concern. After hours of non-stop quiet travel, the group arrived at the village of Hitachi. Unlike the village of Kibo they had been staying at, Hitachi was much smaller and did not have a gate to enter the village. Instead of an actual road, the paths in the village seemed more like a dirt path. The buildings were a lot shorter and further between. The buildings also seemed to be painted dark colors that blended in the night. The only form of light was from the moon in the sky. Most of the noise in the area seemed to come only from insects in the area. There didn't appear to be anybody out in the streets at this hour. "All right, we're here," Ao declared with a sigh. "I'm going to go contact a few of my spies that are in this village and ask about Utakata. While I do that, feel free to do your own investigation. Ask any locals you find about Utakata or the girl he is traveling with. You all remember the descriptions I gave you about them, yes?" The Konoha shinobi nodded in affirmation. "Is anybody even awake at this hour, though?" Shikamaru questioned with a yawn. "We may need to have to ask tomorrow morning. I'd rather be back on the road first thing tomorrow morning on the way towards Utakata's location." Ao replied dismissively. "There will be people awake. Maybe not as many out on the streets, but in bars, there will always be people awake. Just find somebody to question." With the orders understood, the group of 6 split apart. Ao moved out to go meet with his contacts within the village. Anko, Mizora, and Shikamaru left in their own directions, looking for locals to question. "It wouldn't be a bad idea to stay together, Hinata-san," Dosu suggested to his teammate. Hinata didn't know a way to properly turn down his idea, so she sighed and nodded her head, allowing the former Oto shinobi to accompany her. The two then proceeded to walk through the village's streets, looking for somebody to question about Utakata. A few minutes into their walk, Dosu decided to break the silence. "I don't personally judge you or anything for what you do, but I'm just curious. Did you try to follow Anko Taisha's request and not start anything with Ao-san?" he questioned. His blunt question caused Hinata to stiffen. Her eyes moved downward on the road. I tried. I really did. I tried to just not to talk to him the entire time because I thought that would work. But the Hyuga began to mumble to herself. It took a few seconds before her mumbling became coherent again. "He just started about the war and I realized that must have been where he got his eyes, and I started to think about it. I needed to ask about it and it developed into that. I see. Dosu commented with a slight sigh. I asked because it simply seemed out of character. It really is. Hinata frowned in response. I'm not going to lie and say I've liked everyone I've met. I haven't. But I've never felt such anger towards a person than him. And it's making me uncomfortable. She proceeded to shake her head. I don't feel like myself when I'm around him and talking to him. It's scary to me. It might be because you are trying to repress it. Dosu suggested. Try releasing some of it. I already did at lunch. The Hyuga mumbled at lunch. It didn't go well. Dosu stopped walking on the street. Hinata stopped as well and glanced at her teammate, looking at him in confusion. You were trying to repress it and found yourself in a situation where you couldn't. Try releasing some of it now. He suggested again. Try releasing it on me. But I don't dash. Hinata, you need to understand it's okay to feel hate. Dosu informed her, interrupting the girl. It's as Anko said. As long as you don't let it affect you, it's all ready to feel however you want to feel about anyone. It is affecting you though, because you are still trying to deny it. So don't deny it longer. Just take it out on me and be done with it. The Hyuga heiress closed her eyes and remained quiet for a moment as she attempted to process Dosu's words. She also recalled Anko's words to her. She didn't agree with them, she didn't like experiencing hate, and she didn't want to ever let it out. However, she knew it was affecting her, and it could damage the mission if she let it control her. I don't know what to do about it. I don't think there's anything I can do. Hinata sighed. So I guess I should just try taking Dosu's advice. Another moment of silence passed by before Hinata opened her eyes. She instinctively activated her Byakugan and narrowed her now active eyes on Dosu. People like him have ruined the Hyuga clan. She shouted. They are the ones who created the need for a seal to brand clan members, so the Byakugan wouldn't get stolen. This led to the division of the clan and the distance between main and branch Hyuga. People like him are the reason why Niji and I-san, and I have to fight an uphill battle to fix our clan. Meeting Ao-san I think has triggered some other latent emotions that she had been repressing. Emotions directed towards her clan. Dosu realized. In an attempt to release all of this pent-up anger, he decided to prod her to continue. And how does this make you feel? Angry. Hinata admitted, tightening her hands into fists. No clan should be divided like our clan. We're family but we all act like shaky allies instead. We're just working together and keeping an eye open, looking for any signs of bad behavior. It pisses me off. And you think Ao-san is responsible for this? Dosu continued to question. I said people like him, but Ao isn't that good of a person anyway. He views us as weapons? He views Jinchuriki as tools? Naruto-kun is a tool to him? Hinata nearly growled as she recalled the various things Ao has said. He's an asshole. He's a fucking asshole. So, you hate him? The former Oto shinobi commented. Of course. The kunoichi hissed. And you accept that you hate him? He asked. Hinata gave no verbal reply. She simply nodded her head in response. Then accept that feeling. You have plenty of reason to hate him in your mind. Don't let it affect you as a shinobi. Just accept how you feel about him and move on. Dosu stated. The Hyuga heiress remained silent for a moment, still visibly angry. A few seconds passed by before she deactivated her Byakugan and her face began to calm down. Her body seemed to relax as she let out a deep sigh. How do you feel now? The bandaged-wearing shinobi questioned. Better. Hinata admitted. She stayed quiet for a few more seconds, breathing in a little harder than normal, before speaking again to Dosu. That really helped. I figured it would. Dosu admitted with a chuckle. It's not good to let emotions like that just stay repressed. You need to let them out. Do you have feelings like that, Dosu-kun? Hinata questioned. The former Oto shinobi gave the kunoichi a strange look. The time she had referred to him by name, she had always used the san honorific. He was confused, but didn't spend too much time thinking about it. He didn't want to ignore her question. Of course I do. Believe it or not, I have a lot of hate and anger deep within me. He mentioned with a shrug. But I accept it. They're real emotions based on my life. I'm not going to act on them. I just know that I have those feelings and accept them. They're a part of me for a reason. I see. Hinata commented in understanding. She then let a small smile develop on her face. I really appreciate you talking to me, Dosu-kun. I really needed that. There's that honorific again. Dosu noted. He then shook his head before verbally responding to Hinata. We are comrades, Hinata-san. Do not thank me. Although we probably do need to focus on the mission now and see if we can find out something about Utakata. Hinata nodded her in agreement. The two Konoha shinobi then proceeded to keep moving on the street, looking for anybody they could ask questions to about Utakata. As they walked though, Hinata seemed to have a relieved smile on her face. It's just how I feel. It's not a bad thing. She told herself. She had tried to repeat those words to her since Anko had first talked to her. This time, however, she actually believed them. An hour and a half had passed by before the group met up with each other again at a local inn. They walked to the singular room in the inn that they could get. We're all sharing one room. Shikamaru asked. Waste of money to have more than one. Besides, we're leaving first thing in the morning. Ao replied dismissively. Fair warning, Ao snores. It may be best if we sleep outside. Mizora commented nonchalantly. The middle-aged man turned his head towards the woman and scowled at her. That's a lie and you know it. Or is it? The rebel replied with a slight chuckle. Is that emotion in her voice? She can laugh? She can be human? Anko mentally noted in surprise. Huh. Guess that's proof of a god and that miracle can happen. The group proceeded to get situated in the room, laying down their belongings and getting comfortable. A few minutes passed before they were all sitting down on the floor, prepared to discuss things. So, I did manage to contact my sources here. As we expected, Utakata was spotted here earlier this day actually. Ao stated. Both he and the woman he was traveling were here during the morning, and left sometime in the afternoon. It seemed as if they were going to stay here the night, and had a room in the inn until some of Yagura's troops stepped foot into the village. Yagura's shinobi are here? Anko questioned. The woman sighed in response. No, they're not here at the moment. Ao shook his head. They apparently left shortly after they came. But their presence apparently caused Utakata to cancel his reservation at the inn, and he and the woman he was traveling with proceeded to leave the village and head further west. Any other villages nearby? Shikamaru asked. Negative. Mizora spoke up. Closest village would be more than a day's travel, and it's a decently populated one too, as it is on the coast. If I had to presume, he's probably somewhere in the swampland. Along with that woman. Anko mentioned. Which, by the way, I did find out some information about her. Apparently, her name is Hataru, and she claims to be Utakata's student. Did she actually give her name and actually say she was traveling with him? Mizora questioned. The brown-haired girl appeared to be incredulous. That's ridiculously stupid. She may be the reason why Yagura's shinobi came to the village. Gossip travels fast, and they may have heard that the Rokubi Jinchuriki was spotted in Hitachi. She definitely wasn't being smart by announcing who they were, but according to the people I ran into and asked, she was probably just simply excited and wanted to talk to people. Anko explained. The two apparently came out here so she can practice her water-style ninjutsu. Could she have not done that wherever they were? Shikamaru asked. That seems rather reckless of them to come to this country just to practice. Hey, I'm just saying what I had heard. Anko shrugged in response. It doesn't necessarily matter, anyway. Ao spoke up. What we know is that Utakata is nearby and we can probably reach him tomorrow morning. We will talk to him and hopefully convince him to assist in the rebellion. Did you hear anything about what direction Yagura's shinobi went? Mizora questioned. They apparently west. The man admitted with a sigh. They went in the same direction then. So, there's a possible chance we may have to confront them. Dosu mentioned. Did you hear about how many shinobi there were? Hinata asked. Ao's eyes narrowed on the Hyuga. No. Then I guess we need to approach with caution then. We don't know how many potential enemies there are then. She replied. Yeah, we are going to have to. The middle-aged man sighed. They're being civil, I guess. They're talking and haven't resorted to passive-aggressive bullshit. Anko noted in surprise. A proud smile developed on her face as she turned to face the Hyuga. Good job, Hinata. We should probably get some rest, then. Mizora suggested. We'll need to be fully rested to get out early and find Utakata and to potentially get into a fight with Yagura's shinobi. Agreed. Shikamaru replied with a yawn. Sleep sounds nice. We'll get up before sunrise, so get rested. Ao stated. Also, even though we are in an inn, we need a night watch in case one of Yagura's troops is still here. After discussing a pattern for the night watch, the group prepared to get some rest. They had a busy day the next day that could potentially dangerous. There it is. And just before the day started, Jiraiya chuckled. After traveling for days, the Sannin and the Uzumaki cousins had finally arrived at Kirigakure just as the sun was hitting the village. The group proceeded to walk the last few meters away from the village. About time. I'm sick of sleeping on the grass. Tayuya replied with a shrug. Come on, it wasn't that bad. Karen mentioned. I'd rather sleep in my prison cell. Tayuya replied dismissively. I'm just glad to be back. Naruto replied with a chuckle. I'm excited to see how my friends are doing. We can do that in a little bit. First thing we've got to do, though, is report to the Hokage. The Sannin informed him with a chuckle. The group continued to chatter as they finished their walk. At the gate to the village, they were greeted by Kotetsu and Izumo. The two immediately approached them upon entering the village. Jiraiya-sama, I'm glad your team is back. Sandaime-sama was about to send one of his summoning animals out to Yuzushio to inform you to return. Kotetsu informed the group. One of Jiraiya's eyebrows rose in confusion at that statement. Why? Has anything happened? Jiraiya questioned. You'll find out when you talk to him. Izumo answered with a shrug. Anyway, you and Naruto were asked to go talk to him immediately. I'll escort the other two members of your team somewhere where they can debrief about the mission. We're doing the debriefing. Karen looked at him in confusion. What the hell? Why aren't we giving it to the Hokage? And why aren't we doing it with them? Tayuya questioned angrily. Sandaime-sama has more pressing matters to deal with, and they directly concern them. Kotetsu answered with a sigh. Anyway, if you both could please follow me. Izumo requested. Tayuya and Karen, reluctantly, followed the Konoha Chunin towards their destination, where they would give a debriefing of the mission. Kotetsu, Naruto, and Jiraiya were now left alone. Well, you heard him. I trust you don't need an escort to the Hokage's office, do you, Jiraiya? Kotetsu questioned. I don't. The Sannin shook his head before turning to face Naruto. Come on. Let's see what that old monkey wants to talk about. Naruto nodded his head in agreement. The two then proceeded to walk off towards the Hokage's office. What? Jiraiya nearly shouted. Both he and Naruto, despite some joking, were concerned about their meetup with the Hokage and wondered exactly what he had to tell them. The two of them were not expecting to hear his report about the situation in Mizu no Kuni. So Anko-sensei, Hinata-chan, Shikamaru, and Dosu are currently in the middle of a war? Naruto questioned with a frown on his face. The blonde was looking very concerned and frantic. Hiruzen nodded in response. They were on a normal B-rank mission that turned bad very fast in the worst possible way. With the direction their mission took and based on the actions they made, they are fighting in the war. And, therefore, Konoha is fighting. And just right after the Tsunoto invasion. Jiraiya shook his head in frustration. This is just great. We can't go more than a fucking month without something coming up. My sentiments exactly. I feel like I'm getting older by day with each passing thing that happens. Hiruzen mentioned with a frown. If you two haven't gathered, I've already starting to organize an attack force that will join the Kirigakure rebels. According to my last contact with Anko, they are planning a singular invasion of Kirigakure to end the civil war. I'm sending a group of appropriate size and strength to guarantee the success. And I assume that means we are on in this army? Naruto questioned quietly. Jiraiya will be leading it. The Sandaime stated. Sarutobi-sensei, you know how I feel about things like this. Jiraiya scowled, crossing his arms over his chest. I realize your opinions on war, but I don't have much of a choice. I can't leave Konoha so soon after the invasion. That would be putting us at risk from other threats. I could see Kumo trying something in that situation. Hiruzen informed him. I suppose I could have asked Tsunade, but considering she isn't even part of the village at the moment, I wouldn't trust her to do so. You're the only shinobi I have that is capable enough to lead an army, and still inspire the soldiers under you do their mission to the best of their abilities. It needs to be you, Jiraiya. Fine. Jiraiya sighed in response. I don't like it. I thought I was done with war after the Third Shinobi World War. But I'll do it. And me? Naruto interrupted. His voice sounded desperate, and he looked a combination of anxious and angry. I'm in the army, right? You are. Hiruzen confirmed. Jiraiya's eyebrows raised in confusion. Naruto, on the other hand, simply sighed in relief. When do we go out? Naruto asked again. We were waiting for you all. I'll send out a message to the rest of the shinobi that you all arrive. You have 3 hours to be at the village gates, ready to move out to Mizu no Kuni. Hiruzen ordered. Understood. Naruto bowed in response. That's all I had to discuss with you, Naruto-kun. You may be excused so you can finish preparations. The Hokage informed him. Naruto nodded his head again and proceeded to leave the room quickly. Anko-sensei, Shikamaru, Dosu. Hinata-chan. I'll be on my way. You guys take care. He mumbled to himself as he hurried out the door to finish preparations. With the blonde gone, Jiraiya and Hiruzen were now alone. The Sannin gave the Hokage a confused look. This is dangerous, Sarutobi-sensei. Much more dangerous than the invasion. And in particular, Yagura, by himself without the Sanbai, is a much more dangerous opponent than that Gaara kid when he was under the complete influence of the Ichibi. Jiraiya stated. Are you sure it's wise to let Naruto go on this mission? I understand the risks, but Naruto was going to find out about the situation in Mizu no Kuni eventually. And the second he did, he would have probably simply gone despite orders to fight just to make sure his friends were safe. Hiruzen replied with a slight chuckle. If he stayed, then his head wouldn't be in the right place until the mission was complete. This works for the best, I believe. I trust him, and I trust his strength. Naruto-kun won't die. The Hokage then gave a serious look to his former student. I trust you too, Jiraiya, to keep yourself and your army alive. While it's naive to assume that there won't be casualties, I trust you'll keep them at a minimum. I handpicked every shinobi that would be going on this mission. I want to guarantee that every single one of them will come back. I'll do what I can, Sarutobi-sensei. Jiraiya nodded his head in understanding. For everyone's sake, I hope that'll be enough. It will. Hiruzen replied. You're dismissed, Jiraiya. Make your preparations. The Sannin, once again, nodded in understanding before he left the room in a poof of smoke. Keep on the lookout for him, everybody. Ao declared as the group hurried out of the village of Hitachi. If they are really here to help that girl he's traveling with train, he's probably by a large source of water. Anko commented. Any lakes nearby? Aomori Lake. Mizora suggested. Not too far away from Hitachi. That would actually be a logical location for him to be at, I believe. Then let's head in that direction. Anko suggested. Got it. Ao nodded his head. The group rushed forward through the swampland to the west of Hitachi in the direction of Aomori Lake, looking for Utakata. They retained their original formation. Ao, Hinata, and Mizora were currently paying attention to everything around them, looking for any signs of Utakata. The group traveled for roughly an hour and a half straight before Hinata spotted something at the end of her vision. She noticed a large group of Kirigakure shinobi, heading towards them. Guys, we have trouble. Hinata called out to her team. The Kirigakure shinobi are approaching. Everyone instinctively stiffened and prepared for combat. As the group continued to travel, Ao and Mizora also noticed the presence of the approaching group. A few moments passed before the two groups collided. Roughly 20 Kirigakure shinobi were present. Each of them was dressed in standard uniform and looked no different from the other. They did, however, all look varying degrees of tired and injured. A few of them had wide tears in their uniforms and were bleeding extensively from the skin underneath. Standing directly in front of the shinobi was a woman with blonde hair worn in a bun and kept together with a pair of chopsticks. She wore a bodysuit that was colored brown and blue underneath her Kirigakure flak jacket. The woman had on the standard Kirigakure forehead protector over her forehead and was holding a staff in her hands. Like the other shinobi with her, she seemed very tired and weak from combat. The group of Kirigakure shinobi had not seemingly expected to run into the rebel group. They all seemed surprised to see them. As soon as the surprise faded, frustration seemed to develop. Of fucking course this would happen on my mission. The blonde hissed. It goes to shit, and then I run into the goddamn rebels. I swear, the gods are out to punish me. Tomo, is that you? Ao questioned, recognizing the woman. The woman, Tomo, looked more intently at Ao. She, too, seemed to recognize him. A laugh escaped her lips. Well, if it isn't Ao. You're still a rebel? I'm surprised you haven't died of old age yet. She commented. You're not much younger than me, you know. You're 40. Ao glared in response. Who is she? She looks so familiar. Dosu's eyes narrowed on the blonde. As if understanding Dosu's inner questions, Mizora started to speak. Tomo, no surname, is a shinobi of Kirigakure who became famous near the end of the Third Shinobi World War. Known for her bojutsu, her skill with lightning-style ninjutsu, and her general ruthless behavior on and off the battlefield. Ah, don't say that. I can be a sweetheart when I want to be my comrades. Tomo mentioned with a smile. That smile immediately turned malicious as she gripped the staff in her hands tightly. However, you are all rebels against Kiri and some Konoha trash that are helping them. For you all, I will be ruthless. Tomo-sama, we don't have the strength for this. One of the Kirigakure shinobi behind her stated. We're all drained. Even you shouldn't be able to fight them all properly. Tomo's malicious smile faded and she turned her head to scowl at the shinobi that spoke up. Shin then faced the group of 6. Unfortunately, we have other matters to attend to. We'll settle this later. And believe me, we will. She declared. We'll fight soon though. And I'll make sure that all of you and every single traitorous rebel scum will die under my storm. With those words, the group of 20 Kirigakure shinobi proceeded to disappear in a poof of smoke and head out. Which way did they go? Anko demanded. I can still hear their footsteps. They're close. Dosu stated. They are. Hinata mentioned, her Byakugan focused on their retreating image. They're somewhere dash. Focus on the mission, everybody. Mizora spoke up, interrupting the kunoichi. Fighting and killing them is not worth losing the chance to get Utakata as an ally. We don't have to fight them, so we won't. Let's just find Utakata and return. Mizora has a point. Ao stated. Come on, let's get moving. After a few moments, the group of 6 proceeded to continue moving through the swampland. Another hour had passed when Hinata saw 2 figures in the corner of her vision. One was a young woman with blonde, wavy hair and a widow's peak. She wore a violet-colored top, a black skirt with black shorts underneath, and black high boots. Standing nearby her was a man that appeared around her age with brown hair that reached his shoulders. He was wearing a long, light blue kimono that was let loose, revealing his stomach, and a pair of gray pants underneath it. He wore an orange sash to tie his kimono together. He also seemed to be carrying a bamboo jug and a pipe of some sort. The 2 of them appeared to be standing by a lake. I think I found them. Hinata spoke up. Slowly, Mizora and Ao began to see what she was seeing. The group moved in the direction towards these 2 figures, ready to meet up with them. In minutes, they arrived at Aomori Lake. Immediately upon arrival, the 2 people that were there noticed them. The young woman stiffened while the man seemed to have no reaction. Damn it. More shinobi trying to find you? She commented with a frown. I didn't know it was going to be that chaotic coming here. I told you it would be, Hataru. That's why I suggested we not come. He replied to his partner, Hataru. We don't mean any harm, Utakata. Ao spoke up first for the group. The man took a step forward. We dash. Within seconds, Utakata disappeared and reappeared directly in front of Ao. He held a kunai directly to the man's neck and had him in his control. Ao's eyes widened in surprise. Anko, Shikamaru, Hinata, Dosu, and Mizora all seemed equally taken aback. They hadn't expected him to move so quickly. Irk. Ao winced as Utakata dug the blade into his neck slightly. The man was now starting to bleed. Ao. Anko shouted the name of the rebel shinobi. She proceeded to instinctively run through hand signs. Utakata noticed and proceeded to shake his head. Unless you want this man here to die, don't try anything. He stated sharply. Immediately, Anko stopped her hand signs. She, instead, gripped her hands tightly into fists as she stared intently at the man in front of her. I have your attention, I presume. Utakata continued to speak. The man proceeded to look each of the shinobi in the eyes, anger present in his. Good. Then I want you all to answer a few questions. Who are you all? Are you representing Yagura or Mei? And what do you want with me? Answer each question carefully, because if I don't like the answers, I will personally end this man's life and then kill all of you. That's it for this reading. Hit like and subscribe for a free ticket pass going to the different worlds of anime fanfictions. Looking forward to having you on board again.